Yo, Flurs, what's up? I hope you're all doing well. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you could make it to the 4-hour stream.
I was just gonna say, what's that music?
That
I've
was
just been to do it. I had to get as a takeaway.
that was my intro. So it's good to see you guys. We got Michael Kahn and Peter Cruikshank in the Elements. How are you guys doing?
Good. Oh, good, Flats. Oh, good. I see into the breaks 4 more hours already. Just got started.
8 hours will make my beard go grey.
Wow, my beard is grey. When I grow it. It's the only thing. The rest of my head's all right. It's just my beard is grey.
Yeah, well, 4 hours. You guys asked for it, so we're gonna have it. So I'm gonna say hi to everybody in the chat. LJ, he was first. Good to see you, mate. Thank you for coming. Peter Cruikshank, good to see you. Luch, what's up, man? Glad you have you in. Michael Kahn. Don Logan, what's up? Good to see you. Debatable D, good to see you. Right S, hello, hello. Who else did I see? Fiber Oats, glad to have you in, mate. Always good to see you. Antique Olive, great to have you in. Hope you're doing well. Lumpy Gas in the Vacuum, hey mate, always happy to have you in. Into the break, it's good to see you too, mate. 4 more hours, we just started. And Jeff Gas said, yeah, well, it's good to see you guys, yeah. Really do appreciate everybody coming in. What do you think we'll be doing for 4 hours, guys?
Talking nonsense. Probably maybe to do something to do with your the Dave McKeegan photos, something like that. I don't think it'll take 4 hours.
We can probably talk on that a bit. But I was thinking, I was looking around and I was seeing this from PT194. Apparently, Flatzoid denies circles of equal altitude on a globe.
Yeah, I do.
I deny it as a globe, but I don't deny circles of equal altitude though. But on a globe, definitely,
on a
because
globe?
a globe doesn't exist.
No, you
Yeah.
can't have them on a globe.
Exactly. First need a globe for it to have it on a globe. Hey Brian Shuka, good to see you, mate. Haven't seen you in a while. And Sovereign Soul, hello, hello. Glad you could make it.
It's not going to draw a circle on that globe, is it?
I don't know.
Oh, don't.
Because if you do, wow.
The circle of equal altitude. That'd be terrible.
So I think we'll start off with this and then we'll see. As far as I know, PT loves to try and just say nah, and then likes to do geometry after, he likes his geometry. And then actually makes my point while doing his geometry. So, yeah, we can start off with that if you guys want to.
Yeah. I don't mind Peter, I mean, I've had to warn him a few times what he says when he comes to my channel, but other than that, he's not a troll, but he's a bit blind, he shows things in all his ego, and he's really proving our point.
Yeah, but I remember when he tried to show me the perspective thing before, and then when he tried to say, see, you're wrong, he actually just showed my point without realizing it. But that's how they usually do it. They don't understand the argument, actually, and because they don't understand the argument, they just tell you, nope.
Yeah.
They've all spent hours listening to McToon and Craig, it's like, if you listen to them guys, you've got their bad arguments.
Exactly.
Flex, let me put the link in again and copy that one instead because it's got better spelling in it. the one you copied from
Ellemnet.
Ellemnet. Yeah,
I thought I changed it already. I didn't change it. I forgot. Okay. But yeah, guys, if you want to come and join the Element, to come and chat, we have a 4-hour stream tonight, so definitely come in and chat. Please share the show. Hit the likes. It's really going to be. Thank you, Michael. PJ. Almost put you in timeout.
Nice.
How dare you tell me I'm spelling wrong? I'm joking.
Well, it's me that spelled it in the first place. You just copied it off me from before, didn't you? So it was me. Already spelled it. It was me that spelled it wrong in the first place.
So guys, we got 41 votes. 51% say yes, do you enjoy the 4-hour streams? This is cool. What's wrong with the other 20 votes? What's wrong with you guys? Why don't you enjoy the 4-hour streams? Probably just butthurt Globers. Too much cognitive pain for them.
That's crazy because they're in here more often than some of the flat earthers, so you'd think they'd enjoy it 4 hours more.
Well, FTF is enjoying his channel because he's got like 1,500 members at the moment. Every time I just hear that people are just gifting him members. Now he's like bragging, yeah, I got 1,000, 1,300, 1,500
They don't
members.
last though, do they? Like it's false money.
Yeah, it's only for 1 month. If they don't up it again the next month, it goes away. Okay. Let's.
How you doing, Ryan?
Hey, Ryan's in as well. Good to see you, Ryan.
I'm at the grocery store, but I'm here.
What?
So you're not here then, are you?
He's at the grocery store. But he's here.
Grocery store.
Wait. Flat Earthers go to grocery stores? Just checking.
You know we gotta eat, bro. We gotta eat.
I thought we were all breatharians, you know, like hippies and breatharians just living off air.
That's crazy. Okay.
Can you believe some people can do that? Live off breatharians? I mean, wow. How?
No, they don't get it right. They end up in hospital from malnutrition and dehydration. Very stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You guys want to start this?
Let's do it.
Let's do this. Do the navigators do their circles equal altitude? Drawing circle. Hey, Guns and everyone, good to see you, mate. Thank you for coming. Glad you can make
So I
it.
keep saying that if we're living on a globe, then the geometry should also work on a globe.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's
We've got
a
our sound.
misconception that people
Why, thank
have,
you.
is that
Because remember, this was from Dunham. What? Who's the guy that did this again? Durham. Well, somebody does anyway, and it came out to teardrop, which is true. I mean, it doesn't really show perfect on the global circular equal altitude.
Yeah, we're Rob Durham.
Yeah, Rob Durham. There we go.
Should play it.
I think we should. I think after this we'll go. Well, we'll see how it goes, and then maybe play it. Because yeah, definitely well worth it. Because I think I'm going to be taken out of context probably.
See,
circle is equal?
Sorry.
like I had this being spoke about, like if it's projected onto a flat map and then they draw the circles on it and then you project it on back onto a globe, they're not circles, but where does all that happen on bridge or a ship?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? They just have a flat map. They're not projecting from a globe onto a flat map and back onto a globe. They just have a flat chart. Like
Exactly.
it's stupidness.
It's very stupid. Remember, these circle equal altitudes are taken through planes, horizontal planes, and then they want to go and lay it out on the surface of the Earth, and that's why it makes this teardrop shape, because they live on a oblate spheroid. It's not a perfect sphere, so the geometry won't work for a circle equal altitude. Hey Gary, good to see you, man. Thank you for coming. Interbreak says Sean Hawkins said he can put a white swan through the scientific method. What? What? Oh, what the hell? It's crazy.
The altitude on the globe will actually look like this.
Flatzoid may well chuckle, but there's an easy way to check the geometry, and that's to do it yourself.
Okay.
So let's start off with a sphere.
We're
then
not
step
getting
the
any sound
origin
if we're
with
sound
an
to
earth
that video, Flat.
Aren't you guys getting sound?
No.
Let me cancel. Maybe it's just you guys. Should work now.
like circumference of 21,600 nautical miles.
Whoa. I want to ask you something. Why is he using a perfect sphere? Isn't that a bit of cheating? Because they have a oblate spheroid. It's chubbier at the poles, remember? At the equator.
That's right.
As Neil deGrasse Tyson likes to say, it's pear-shaped. Hey, Fluff Checker, good to see you, man. Thank you for coming. So that to me is that's a bit dishonest.
Definitely.
We can put a point on it representing the ground position of a star.
Okay.
The observer has already worked out the co-altitude angle for that star and is currently some distance from its GP. Now I'm not going to multiply anything by 60 to get a radius, and I won't be going anywhere near GeoGebra's circle tool.
Okay.
I won't be using any equatorial planes, coordinate systems, haversines or right triangles. In fact, there won't be any hypotenuse in sight. Instead, I'm just going to rely on geometry and do something with an angle.
I'm not going to have my hypotenuse. He's going to talk about an angle. A co-altitude angle requires a hypotenuse, you doofus. What does he think an elevation angle is?
Wow.
Really? Tell me you don't understand how it works without telling me.
Using the observer's co-altitude angle, we can slice through the sphere with the plane.
Flat Earth then? Slice it through with a plane? So he's using a co-altitude angle with a plane, guys. So not the surface of Earth then? Because he's cutting it like a cord.
Yeah. Wow.
I
Weren't
can
there some ballers telling you were wrong about this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now PT backs you up.
Yeah, exactly. He's telling me I'm wrong about this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
While he's got it on screen, making my point.
Crazy. They can't get their stories straight at all, can they? They
They
just
don't know what seriously, they're just... I mean, I'm no expert. I'm no scientist, you know, like... I'm
Neither am I.
a physical man, like... But these are worse, because they don't even bother to look up what they're trying to argue.
That's right.
And they just claim that they're experts in it.
Yeah, I mean...
It's a complete joke.
I mean, let's say this A on his sphere here has a geographical position, a GP, and using a co-altitude angle from a plane. That's a horizontal baseline. The horizontal baseline which he says he doesn't exist.
Yeah.
What's he using?
Wow.
If
So-
they didn't exist, he'd be taking his elevation angle from the surface of his sphere.
So he's
Not-
literally... Yeah, but I mean, look at what he's saying. He's literally saying the GP of the star here would be on the same plane as the observer. So
Well-
the same horizontal.
Yeah.
He says you're not using a hypotenuse, you're not using a right angle triangle 90 degrees, yet he's using cos and...
Oh.
Sorry?
I was just going to say, so where's 90 come from then in his head that you're minusing from?
The guy doesn't, I mean, literally,
I mean,
he's got a 45 degree angle there. What's this? What does that mean? What does angle equals 45 degree? 90. Oh, wow. So,
Yes. It's a right angle triangle.
yeah. He's literally doing what he says he's not going to use.
Yeah.
On screen.
This is why I say it's grand illusion, because what I'm seeing is delusional.
Hey, Jolly Man, what's up? Good to see you, man.
And it's easy to see where they intersect. And our observer, let's call him point B, is somewhere on this path.
Yeah, so on the same plane, horizontal plane. In other words, let's say that is 3,000 miles away from each other. That's 3,000 miles of flat. Wow. Hey, Dad, Studio 68, good to see you, mate.
These people actually think they can sail beneath surface of Earth, don't they?
Mm-hmm. But you know how dishonest this guy is, because he's trying to say, look, it doesn't show teardrop here. First of all, he's using a perfect sphere. Did Rob Durham use a perfect sphere? No, he used their oblate spheroid. like they're supposed to be using.
Rob Durham projected it and projected it back.
Exactly, and puts it on their surface because they say it's the surface of Earth. He is using a cord now, not the surface of Earth. So in other words, he's making our point when you use a horizontal baseline. It's not the surface of Earth.
Yeah.
Well done,
He's taking
PT.
the slice off the top of that globe and making it flat, isn't he? That's what you're doing.
I mean, what?
That pink circle there's a tit.
Yeah, I'm thinking that myself.
No offense to any ladies watching, like, but it's a tit.
Oh, wow. It's crazy.
Wow.
Is this what they got?
Given the angle in the slider, can anyone guess the surface distance from the GP to the observer?
Yeah, 90 minus 45 gives you co-altitude angle. 45 times 60 gives your angle distance in nautical miles. Well done. So, using the equation I've been giving all this time, flat. Well done. And proving that that equation is based on a horizontal baseline.
Well, let's draw it in and find out.
Wow.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said you're not going to be using circular arcs and stuff. Didn't you say that? Did you not say that? Now he's putting circular arc in. So he's...
Wow.
The 2,700 nautical miles is based on the horizontal radius value that you've given, mate. You've literally just given it. 90 minus the 45, which gives you co-altitude angle, times the 60 nautical miles equals 2,700 nautical miles. Well done. All on a horizontal baseline. So
Where's it goes 90 from?
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Crazy stuff.
It's totally nuts. I wanted to co-sign what Michael said earlier about it being the grand delusion. It is super delusional. This has got to be God making them believe this stuff, if they actually believe it.
That's crazy.
But it is crazy.
Yeah. But how you doing, Lumpy? You doing well?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, how you doing, Lumpy?
I'm good.
Good to see you, man.
Yeah, hey, good to hear you, Mike.
Good to see you.
Yeah. But I was thinking about coming in, but yeah, once Michael said this is the great, I think that too. I do, because it really draws out some really insane
I've
ways
never
of
heard as much. Sorry, I was just gonna say, since I've been in Flat Earth, I didn't think people could say so much silly things.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Do you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
This guy. What I'm looking on screen now, this guy thinks he's sailing through Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's created a chord. He's cut,
Yeah.
literally sliced. It's imagine taking a ball and you slice it through, and you got a flat base. That's what he's done, and he's done all the measurements on that flat base.
And then he's got a surplus tit.
Yeah.
He cut that off to have his flat.
Hey Tony Whitcomb. Hey Tony, good to see you, man. Andrew Newtown, what's up? Mind the gap. Oh, good to see
So
you too.
stupid.
It's very stupid.
Oh my
dude.
gosh. Like, this is retarded for sure. Like what he said, I need to get a computer. I would definitely just give it to you. But like you could like pop it on soon and be like, hey, look, these points of reference don't reference one another. How can
Yeah, it's exactly the same. But we're gonna go watch Rob Durham's video as well. I think let's maybe do that, because Rob Durham did an awesome job. Hey Kanye West, good to see you, man. If you guys haven't already, please hit the like button, share the show. It really, really does help. Now we just gotta find the right one. Rob Durham Flat Earth. I think that's what I'm... Has anybody got Rob Durham's link? There we go. There we go. There we go. Videos. If you guys haven't already, Rob Durham's channel is awesome. Do go subscribe to it if you haven't heard of him before. Really has some great content. I'm trying to look for that specific one now. Is it this one? No, this was 7 years ago. Yeah, it's this one. World record no Wi-Fi. Has he got it on
It's
anymore?
that one with Pink Panther.
The one with the Pink
It's that,
Panther.
it's that one with Pink Panther.
And has to be, yeah.
Well.
There we go.
Yep.
Guys, please hit the likes and share the show. It really does
However,
help. Look what he says, guys.
hi folks. So today I want to talk about sextant navigation. Now I know the guys over at Flat Earth Debate have been speaking about this for quite some time now, and I agree with everything they say on the subject.
Hey, Owen, I
and
agree,
in fact,
he says.
I'll touch on a bit of what they say at the end of this video. But I want to focus on a different aspect of sextant navigation today. One that perhaps has never been thought of before, perhaps has, but never modelled. And I'm going to model it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's start by begging the question and assuming we're on a sphere, and we want to determine our location on this sphere using a sextant. Now bearing in mind that we must start with a sphere, if that's what we're living on,
Mm-hmm.
and the geometry must also work on a sphere, if that's what we're living on.
Mm-hmm.
Now in order to do a triangulation using a sextant, we use the Mercator projection map as shown here. But how do we get a flat
You see, that's where PT was wrong. As I said, PT made a perfect sphere and then just started doing cut sections like chords, which he says he's not going to use actually. So he's using Euclidean geometry, which requires flat horizontal baselines, which I say they don't use, to
You
get
ain't
his
got it.
circle.
You haven't got a circle on a globe. You've got a tit.
Exactly. I love it. We should say that from now on. All globes have a tits.
A big fat.
Mercator projection map from a globe? I'll let this guy explain.
Projection.
Mm-hmm.
Popular rectangular maps use a cylindrical projection. Imagine putting a
It's gonna change
theoretical
the speed.
cylinder over the globe and projecting each of the points of the sphere onto the cylinder surface.
Mm-hmm.
Unroll the cylinder and you have a flat rectangular map.
Okay, so we
Mercator. So that's the Mercator. Make it 125. There we go.
now know how a projection is made from a globe to a flat map. In this case, the Mercator projection.
Mm-hmm.
So we all know that in order to do a sextant triangulation, you need to use a nautical almanac to give you the zenith of the
Hey,
celestial
yeah,
bodies.
Man. Sea
And you
level.
draw circles of equal altitude from that zenith to determine where they cross, and hence where your location is. So for shits and giggles, I'm just going to start by drawing a load of circles all over this map, like so. And then I'm going to take this map and wrap it around a sphere in AutoCAD. And on first glance, everything probably looks normal. The circles look
Whoopsie.
okay, this circle looks okay, but this one, you'll see it starting to go egg-shaped.
Mm-hmm.
And if we go down and look at this one, which reaches to the South Pole,
Ooh.
this one gets pointed. So the circles are okay around the equator areas, although they won't be a perfect circle.
Nope.
And the further north or south they get, the more egg-shaped.
And remember, guys, when you do the celestial navigation, you're not looking on a globe. You got map, you got charts, which is flat. So Rob's keeping to the standard. PT is ignoring all this and trying to bypass this so he can be dishonest and say, "Oh, look, it's not a teardrop." Really sad.
Or even teardrop shaped they become. And the reason is because when you try to wrap a projected flat map, specifically the Mercator map in this instance, around a sphere, you have excess map.
Mm-hmm.
The paper that the map is printed on will not physically wrap around a sphere. You have to take slices out of the paper on the north and the south to be able to fit the projection back onto the sphere. So it's taken part of the circles out.
Fibo Fluff Checker is more than happy to troll my Patreon. You can just become a Patreon then.
And in this case, made a teardrop shape.
Mm-hmm. Teardrops.
Okay, with all that being said, I'm going to simulate a couple of sextant readings to try and determine our location on the sphere. So I'm flipping back to the Mercator map, and I'm going to choose 2 celestial bodies to take my angle measurements to, that being this one and this one. So GP is the geographical position of that celestial body above the Earth at that particular time. So this one, reading from the Nautical Almanac, tells me that the radius of the circle I need to draw is 2,000 miles. This one, the Almanac tells me I need to draw a 2,500 mile radius circle. And wherever those 2 circles cross,
Your 2 intersections, yeah?
is a possible location that we are on the Earth. So it could either be here or it could be here. If we wanted to determine exactly which one of those it was, we would draw a third, hence triangulation. And the circle would either cross this one or it will cross this one.
And one thing we have to explain to the globies as well, it's triangulation, not trilateration, because you are taking an angular measurement to get your distance. The trilateration comes after the triangulation. How many times do you have to explain this to the globies as well? Because they don't understand the difference between trilateration and triangulation.
Infinitely.
Do we take an angle reading to the star, guys?
It's celestial navigation.
Yeah, so we take an angular reading and we get a distance from this angular reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So triangulation then, not trilateration. Hey telephone, good to see you, thanks for coming.
But we're just going to do 2 on this occasion. And we're going to say that we know where we are, we know we're not on this one, we know we're on this one because we started out in Greenland, let's say, and now we're halfway between Greenland and Iceland. All fine and dandy, we've located our position. But what happens if we want to put this back onto the globe?
Hello,
After all,
guys.
it absolutely must work on a globe.
Hey, someone's saying, hey Luch, what's up? How you doing?
I'm good.
That's good.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What is trilateration?
Trilateration is simply you getting your position based on different marks.
Distance.
On the distance. You getting your position based on distance, and triangulation is getting your distance based on angle. So you first do the triangulation. Once you've done your triangulation, then you're trilaterating your position.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. You can continue the video. I'll go on mute.
If that's what we live on. So here, I have again wrapped the Mercator projection with the circles of equal altitude back around the globe. So we're reverse engineering it here. And as expected, we've got some teardrop shapes going on. So I've gone ahead and drawn the celestial objects in AutoCAD. They're obviously not to scale, they're just to give us some angles to work with. So you've got one here right above this GP point, and then one here right above this GP point. Okay, so from the crossing point here, I've drawn a line up to the celestial object, and I've drawn an arc following the surface of the Earth from the GP position to the point where they cross. Now, if you remember earlier, this circle, when we drew it on the Mercator projection, was 2,000 miles in radius. So let's just go and interrogate this arc and see what the arc length is now. And luckily we can do that by clicking. You can see it's highlighted the arc. We scroll down here to the properties, and the arc length is 1,750 miles.
Whoopsie.
So
it changed.
Quite significantly shorter than the 2,000 miles that it was drawn on the Mercator projection. So let's go and have a look at the other arc. So selecting the arc, scroll down, arc length 1,415 miles, so even shorter. So almost 600 miles shorter than the circle radius that we drew on the Mercator projection.
Exactly.
Wow.
So I keep saying that if we're living on a globe, then the geometry should also work on a globe. And I think it's a misconception that people have, is that a circle of equal altitude on the globe will actually look like this. However, in reality, the red teardrop shapes shown here are directly interpolated from the flat Mercator projection. And if you look at the locations that these red lines pass through on the Earth, you look at the continents and the land features, you'll see that matches exactly the circles on the Mercator projection map. So there's absolutely no possible way you can triangulate your position on a globe that has been transposed from a flat Mercator map. So this then begs the question, why are we even drawing circles on the Mercator projection? A circle just seems arbitrary, considering it translates to a non-symmetrical shape on a globe with no common radius value. If we are truly living on a globe, then we need to be able to triangulate our position on a globe, and it just doesn't work. The reason we use a flat map, and it works every time, and has done for the last couple of hundred years, is because the Earth is flat. Okay, so to briefly touch on what the guys over at Flat Earth Debate have been saying, we're going to use the exact same examples of the GP positions here. I'm going to look at it from an orthographic view.
It's funny.
Okay, if we're standing here on the Earth, this is the angle to the celestial body.
This is what the globies should pay attention, guys. Remember, you got an angle. That's what you think.
Let's take a line from our position, representing the horizon. The angle formed here is definitely not 90 degrees.
Nope.
And even at the position where it meets the Earth, you can't have a 90-degree angle to a curved surface.
Nope.
And AutoCAD will actually verify this, because if I choose the angular dimension command, and I pick this line and this line, it will give me an angle between them. If I try to pick this line and this arc, it says here, object selected is not a line. So it will just not give me an angle. And why would it? How could it? The angle will be different at every single point on that arc.
Game over,
So the
ballers.
question is,
There we go. But they love to ignore this, though.
They have to ignore it.
Crazy.
to the people who believe we live on a globe, 1, where are you getting your 90 degrees? 2,
There we go.
where are you getting
Peter.
your straight line to form the 90 degrees? And 3, where are you getting your circle of equal altitude? Because from what I'm seeing, none of them are available to us using a sphere. Thanks for watching, folks.
There we go. Rob Durham, guys, gonna link his link in again if you guys want to go watch, subscribe, and hit the likes. Yeah, but as I said, PT goes and does what he says he's not gonna do. He's basing everything off of a horizontal plane. He's cutting a chord and then goes and sets an arc of already a set radius value. So yeah, he's got a tit there, as you put it.
Oh, tit on the globe.
What he's got to run away from is baseline, bottom of that right angle triangle, is a straight line. It's also a radius of a circle of equal altitude.
Yeah, and I also want to
You
know
can't
something.
have that on a sphere.
I also want to know something. Is a radius a curved line?
No,
So that's not a radius then.
Straight line.
that's a chord, isn't it?
Yep, he's got a chord reading. A chord gives the radius. It's a straight line. A straight line from the center to the circle's edges, which is based on a horizontal plane. So that point of the GP of the star and the point of the observer is on the same horizontal plane. But he wants to make it now seem like it's on a sphere.
No.
Now, I don't know about you, but the only teardrops I can see here are the salty ones trickling down Flatzoid's cheeks. This is...
No, mate. Believe me, I'm not
Might
crying
be
at all.
salty tears of laughter
Yeah.
about hotels.
Let's put it this way. All the guy has done is now insult me because he's shown to be dishonest and shown to actually use flat... how can I put this? Flat measurements to make his point, which he said he's not going to do. Really weird.
Yeah.
All he's proved is he's got a sphere belief that warps his understanding of reality.
Exactly.
I'm afraid.
no misconception. Flatzoid can deny it all he wants, but in doing so, he's also denying geometry.
Oh, you are, mate.
While you're showing a chord cut through your sphere.
Crazy. Absolutely.
Well, what is that blue block there? Is that a plane? A flat plane?
It's a tit of equal altitude.
Tit of equal altitude. Tit of high degree.
Hey, Debatable D, good to see you, man. Thank you for coming. Oh, wow.
Madness.
Oh, it's crazy. Ah, why you... I forgot, I have to actually do this in... It still does it in Chrome though, I don't know why.
Look at them tears, Flats.
How do the navigators do their circles equal altitude? Draw.
No misconception. Flatzoid can deny it all he wants, but in doing so, he's also denying geometry.
I'm not denying anything.
I don't understand how it's so difficult to
That's
understand.
pure projection.
It is, it's just pure projection. While he shows it on the screen. Okay, now he's... Word salad alert. So what would we call this fallacy, guys? Mudding the waters?
Yeah, PT194 fallacy.
They'll do it. Like they can't.
Yeah,
just,
they do.
They can't just make a video without saying things about bringing up. You don't understand. You're stupid. You know, word salad. Whatever they want to say that makes people think, yeah, it's talking about an idiot.
Yeah, but you see,
You know what I mean?
he's trying to sound like...
He's trying to make you look stupid and him look clever.
That's it.
Top and bottom on it.
That's about it. And at the end of the day, because we understand what he's doing, we're just showing, okay, he's dishonest. That's
He's
it.
dishonest.
Yeah.
Or there's something supernaturally
Because I don't think he's
going
stupid.
up that's causing him to do these things.
Because I don't think he's dumb. I just think he's being dishonest. That's all I think. Hey, Second Step, good to see you. Debatable D says there's something wrong with Discord. I don't see anything wrong with my Discord. Where's my Discord?
I haven't gone Discord anyway, so I don't know.
No, there's my Discord. Everything's perfect. Not sure what's the problem. Yeah, but it's good to see everybody. Thank you guys for coming in. Please hit the likes and share the show. It really, really does help to get the show out to a wide audience. Oh, and by the way, that 544 kilometers was not me doing the fix. That was Ruhov. The whole point of Ruhov making a claim it's impossible on a flat earth, and yet he did it. Wasn't my fix. So stop misrepresenting me. I just let Ruhov do it to show you that a glober did what he said was impossible.
Right.
Ruif, wow.
Yeah.
Ruif is actually up there with Hawkins in my estimation.
Yeah.
I just think he's a twat, man. I just don't like the dude.
I don't like him. I've got reason not to like him.
This demo he's doing is taking the measurements from a flat horizontal baseline,
Yeah, like you just showed. Yeah.
a plane, and just giving it a duplication to say it's on a sphere.
Yep. Yeah, because your 2,700 nautical mile is across the celestial sphere. It's just transposed to the surface. That's all it is. And I was quite concise with my argument there. So it was not word salad. You just literally showed it by showing the tit, as Michael said.
Yep.
We'll have Maltese skin on Tuesdays.
This arc length, guys, is based on perspective.
Yeah, over the
It's a
celestial sphere.
celestial sphere arc length, which is just your field of view to the star. The actual apparent angle measurement is done from a horizontal baseline, which is literally proving right now because of 90-degree base.
Okay, how's that word salad, guys? I failed.
It might be to a glober who don't understand.
I mean, he just literally showed what I said on screen was literally him showing this. literally this is what I just said on screen. The flat horizontal base, that would be the plane, the chord, and his tit, as we put it, is the celestial sphere distance. Then just transposed onto that horizontal.
The problem he's got there is he's had to chop tit off.
Exactly.
To get his 90.
Mm-hmm. They had to cut through his.
That means
sphere.
he's not. That means he's not sailing on the surface of Earth anymore.
No.
It's bad when I go about to use a plane to get what they need to get. You know what I mean? So it just shows. It just shows they have to lie about it.
But you see, that's why
you can't measure that horizontal plane that you've got after you've chopped tit off, and then think that represents same distance of your tit.
Exactly.
Stupid.
Yeah, I mean that's why they go to the Hull to do the equatorial distance measurement. Just like I said, when they use the equatorial plane, they go to the center of Earth. Why? Because they require the horizontal, and then all they do is transpose that celestial sphere measurement and place it onto their sphere. That's all they do. It's like a copy and paste.
The big problem for that though is your guy on your boat's not at centre of no Earth. You know what I mean? He's not under the surface at any time. He's on the surface, on a boat, above surface even.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Very stupid. Well, that's all I wanted to show there. Well, I think
boggles mind, doesn't it? Like what you have to believe. Like
that's right.
Crazy.
Lumpy, my tits don't have equal altitude.
Exactly, Thomas Larson. Good to see. All calculated curve 14 meters per kilometer. The largest salt flat in the world is less than 1 meter. 9,000 squared kilometers, guys. Of 1 meter difference. And yet they want to say it's a globe that's that is curving away from us.
Globe with a right big tit chopped off it.
Big old booby. Big old booby.
45 people watching. Great. Please, guys, hit the likes, share the show. Really does help to get the show out to a wide audience.
Smite down clicks.
Did you watch Level Earth Observer's rocket video?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah,
no, I haven't watched
Get
it.
that whacked on.
Yeah, and it's good. It's only about a minute odd long, you know, and the rocket doesn't move in the vacuum till it hits the walls, till the gas hits the walls. Then there's movement. You know what I mean?
Is this from? That's what I wanted to do the debunk of that tonight as well. I watched it today because I was working today.
It's good,
you
isn't
see
it?
the smoke come out, at first hits and then it has propulsion. Just like when I was talking about with that, what's that other video of that other guy?
Yep.
It's exactly,
Oh, yeah.
there's no propulsion till it hits the wall there and then it moves away.
That's it. And you can actually see it. You can see it.
I wanted to show this as well tonight. I'm happy he also picked up on it. The first thing I also picked up on, you know when he first burns that paper inside there, which way did the smoke go up? It went up, correct?
Yeah.
And there's no gas in the chamber.
Wow.
Uh-oh. Watch this, guys.
Space. Well, rockets don't work in a vacuum.
Nope.
Hate to break it to you. And here's a practical reference highlighting that fact.
Exactly. Shout
We've
out to
got a
Level Earth
rocket in a
Observer.
vacuum chamber. We're going to see it expel its gas here in a minute as it attempts to move and prove rockets.
Yeah, because I was excited to see Action Lab doing this today. I was like, yes, I'm going to show this tonight. But if he's already picked up on it, well done, man. But yeah, because you literally, this is the argument we've always had. The chamber's not big enough. So it's literally propelling itself off of the wall of the container.
That's it.
This is gas behavior.
And you get a visual of it as well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, it's a good thing. That's a good thing.
So why don't they use bigger chambers then?
To fly in a vacuum. The problem is, as we can see from the footage, or we're gonna, this rocket doesn't move whatsoever. until the gases being expelled by it start pushing off the walls of the vacuum chamber. There's no walls in space fantasies.
Nope, exactly.
Which means...
Look at this, guys.
You found...
There we go, see. It's coming out now. Is it already accelerating?
No.
No. It only has the propulsion once it hits that wall. Watch this.
World of...
There you go. See, now it's hit. Now it's going to start pushing. Check.
Rockets.
Poof. Uh-oh. Once it hits the wall of the container.
Flying through a vacuum is just that, a fantasy. It doesn't move until the gases start pushing off the side wall
of the container
vacuum chamber.
Exactly. And this is what we've been always explaining to the people. They just don't get it.
Don't want to get it.
No, it's it.
Yeah, it's just dishonesty.
It's an excellent demonstration.
But I want to quickly show you. That's this video. But I want to quickly show you what I mean with where he starts burning it. I must say it's an awesome vacuum chamber that though. It's very, very well built.
Sturdy.
Unfortunately, I can't really play his things because he likes to try copyright strike me, guys. He doesn't like me. So we'll try go to like where it's very what's it? We're gonna mute it, obviously. Here we go, mate. There's the link. Okay. Let's see if we can get it up. Expedition Truth, what's up, man? Glad you can make it. Really?
Yo, Richard.
Let's see if I can get this. Gonna have to put this over the side again. Advertenze. No thanks. Okay. Okay, let's see. Want to get to... Okay, watch this. I'm going to slow it down. Tell me which direction the gases are going. Now he's saying it's see-through, but look as it starts showing the smoke. It's going in all directions, guys. Uh-oh. All directions. So it's not just pooling down at the bottom like the Globies claim. No. Because they say, because what's the Globe's argument here? It's just buoyancy. So when you have the gas, it just forces the less dense gas up. Now there's no gas. How is it still going up? Godzilla 37, thank you very much for gifting memberships, man. Really, really appreciate it. And I see Professor Phil Bell has been gifted a membership. Shame profile. But yeah, thank you very much for the memberships. I really, really appreciate all the support, Godzilla. You rock, man. So yeah, Globies, explain that to us. If you claim, then because according to buoyancy based on gravity, the gas can't go up unless there's gas inside the chamber. But because there's no gas inside the chamber, the gas can't go up. But yet it did. Uh-oh. Big problem there. So we can literally take that and say that invalidates their claim of density and buoyancy based on gravitational acceleration. Hey Quinlan, good to see you. So that's the first thing that caught my attention with this video today. And then obviously that one with the chamber, where it hits against the chamber. So Globies, that's new homework for you guys. Tell us how it's going up if there's no gas to be able to push it up. Yeah, that's all I needed to say about that video.
There ain't a single globe claim that stands up, is there?
Not really, no. Definitely not.
Hello, I'm a Globie.
Yes, we know.
We know.
But you're not an anti-flat earther, though. There's a difference.
That's true. But maybe I can explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
I looked it up and, well, yeah. This is obviously not my words. This is someone else's. But gas. It says gas tends to rise in a container due to the influence of gravity. The individual gas molecules are in constant motion due to their kinetic energy. When you have a container with gas, the gas particles collide with the walls and each other. Gravity pulls on the gas molecules, causing them to settle downward. However, their kinetic energy makes them move rapidly in all directions. Over time, more gas molecules will collide with the container's bottom, creating pressure, and eventually the gas appears to fill the container evenly. The upward motion you observe is likely due to the fact that gas molecules are colliding and bouncing off each other and the container's walls, creating a dynamic and seemingly random movement within the container. Does that do it?
So not gravity then?
Yeah, you mentioned gravity at the beginning, but you've just debunked gravity.
Yeah, it was gas behavior. It's simply just gas behavior masquerading with the with the pronoun gravity.
Kinetic. It's kinetic energy, I guess. In a container, it's mostly kinetic energy.
You do understand gas has perfect elastic collisions, though.
Well, gravity is a weak force, so...
No, gravity is not a force.
Gravity creates a force, I should have said, yeah.
Cool. What's gravity?
So gravity is not a force, it creates a force.
Yeah, but how does it create... Yeah, what's gravity? How does it create a force?
It's because a gas has mass.
No, we said what's gravity?
It's an acceleration.
Of what?
9.8 meters per second.
No, that's big gravity. G. That's just big G. That's the constant. That's not gravity.
It's what, big G?
Yeah, the constant.
No, gravity is a little g, not big G.
Well, you said it's an acceleration of 9.8, so you're saying big G. So it's not gravity then.
Gravity is little g, not big G.
But you just said it's the acceleration.
What's gravity?
Gravity is due to gravity is an acceleration, yes.
So it is big G.
Of what?
No.
It's an acceleration of what?
Acceleration of what?
You can't say acceleration is gravity. No, it's not. It's acceleration. What's gravity?
Gravity is the acceleration.
Of what?
Of what, though? There's just to be something accelerating.
Yeah, if you let go of an object, it accelerates downwards.
No, that's acceleration.
That's acceleration.
That's not gravity.
That acceleration is due to gravity.
Yeah, but what is gravity?
What is gravity?
You're saying acceleration. We're asking what's gravity then? Not what's acceleration.
That is gravity, right?
No.
No.
No? What do you think of this?
What? So when I get on my push bike and start pedaling and I start rapidly moving forward, that's gravity.
It's an excuse, a bad excuse.
Well, you're causing a different force to be applied when you pedal your bike.
Yeah, so
is that gravity?
So you're causing a force to accelerate. So it's not gravity then.
Well, when an engine causes a force, right, for the
Is
car.
that gravity?
An engine creates a force, right?
Is that gravity?
You could say that too. No.
Is that gravity?
It's not gravity, but...
So you're still not told us what gravity is.
Because the way it sounds, you're saying acceleration itself, just the act of speeding up, is gravity. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
Well, no.
Okay, let's put it this way. What's acceleration?
Careful.
Acceleration... So what is acceleration?
Yeah, what's acceleration?
Do you want definition for acceleration? I guess. Do you want a specific acceleration?
Just what's acceleration in basic physics terms?
This is your argument, mate. So you've got
Okay. Well,
you've got to go out presenting and definitions and
so-
whatever. It's your argument.
Acceleration. Okay. Yeah, you get it. Acceleration is the rate. It's the rate at which the velocity of an object changes over time. There it is.
Weight? No, acceleration has nothing to do with the weight.
No, R-A-T. Rate.
Rate.
Oh,
Yeah,
rate. Okay,
that's-
rate. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So not gravity then.
It's the rate at which the velocity of an object changes over time.
Okay, so it's not gravity then.
Well, no.
So what's the definition of gravity then?
I guess it's gravity would be a velocity.
No.
So we've done a full circle. Now it's instead of an acceleration, now it's a velocity. Of what?
Well, it's up and down. It's how quickly an object speeds up or slows down.
But if I climb in a car and I accelerate, gravity's not accelerating me.
Yes, gravity wouldn't be accelerating you now.
But I'm changing my rate.
In that instance, gravity is not the acceleration. There's many different types of acceleration you could do without using gravity.
So that's why we're asking what's gravity, because you're claiming acceleration is gravity. And when we say, okay, what's acceleration, it's not gravity.
Acceleration is which, what I said, which the velocity of an object changes over time, and it's how quickly an object speeds up or slows down. It can involve changes in speed, direction, or both.
Yeah, what's velocity?
Velocity. Let's say. Velocity is a vector. A quantity that describes the rate at which an object changes its position.
So would that be gravity? So is velocity gravity now?
Let's see, the rate at which an object changes its position it includes both the object's speed and direction.
Could it just be the fact that you don't know what gravity is, mate?
Might be.
Nobody does.
It's an invisible force that pulls objects towards each other.
But that's wrong, actually, Vicky, because gravity is not a force.
It's not worth, that's the thing.
What? It's not, I just googled it.
Yeah, she's Googling.
Just Google it. How dare you?
So, not exactly.
Okay, not exactly.
Since gravity, is an attractive, thing.
It's like?
Well, it's attracted, two objects being attracted towards each other.
How does that work?
Specifically a bigger one to the smaller one, Yeah.
Then how come my mother-in-law doesn't stick to my other mother-in-law? They should be stuck together by now.
I think this is it best, guys. Listen here quickly.
Okay, I'll mute myself.
Okay, listen here quickly, guys.
What is gravity?
Yeah.
We don't know. Next question.
No idea. Okay, next question.
Let's try that again.
No idea. Okay.
No idea.
Is gravity.
Yeah.
No idea.
Aw.
No idea.
Is it the same one?
So Chuck, I never
no.
give you a chance. This.
Here's Star Talk. Okay.
What?
Okay.
What is?
No, not
I
really.
have no idea. Okay, next question.
But listen to his explanation after that, though.
No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
Okay.
It
So
measures,
that
but it
we
doesn't
can
exist.
describe gravity. So can anybody describe gravity to us, please?
Flats.
Yeah.
No.
Listen to this telephone in chat. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a troll. I already talked to him about it, but he's in too deep now.
Oh, well.
Let's describe gravity.
Yeah, describe gravity.
Okay. Gravity is a fundamental force of nature that pulls objects.
It's not a force.
False.
Not a force.
Are you quoting Newtonian gravity?
Stop it.
Do you ascribe to Einsteinian
It creates
gravity?
a force.
No, do you ascribe to Einsteinian gravity or to Newtonian gravity?
Both.
You're gonna pick one.
You can't have both. The mechanisms are different. The one's a force and the one's not a force.
One's the bending of time and space.
And
One
I
is still tracked without the other one.
No, and I have to tell you, the latter one, which would be Einsteinian, is the upgrade of your pseudoscience model for gravity, which says gravity is
It's
not a
upgrade.
force. It is.
You could say that Einsteinium did supersede Newtonium. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't stop Newtonium from existing.
Newtonians never existed.
It's like, you know.
Let me ask you.
how-
Let me ask you a logical
We know.
question.
This is why we.
Yeah. Let me,
We do.
I want to ask you a logical question.
Okay.
If something is thought to be a force, you've seen it always as a force, and then you do scientific experimentations, and you find, hang on, it's not a force. Okay? And you see you're getting the same effect with something that's not a force, so it invalidated the argument that it is a force. Can you now say, just because the science now has progressed to show it's not a force, can you accept it now still as a force, even though you can work it out as a force? Does it make it a force?
Can I add something?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Sure.
Can I, you've spent like 15 minutes now, like, trying your best to define gravity, and so far you haven't done. Would you not think that if something were real, it wouldn't be that hard to define?
Well, I'm just a guy, you know.
Oh no, we're all just
I'm not
guys,
really
like,
a
but like top and bottom on it is it like if it's real?
You're a guy.
Why are you struggling to define it?
It's a contradiction, gravity, isn't it? I mean,
I'm not really
you need
smart.
gravity for mass, but then you need mass for gravity. It's just it's a chicken or the egg thing, isn't it? With gravity. It's
Yeah,
just-
speaking of the egg, both is the answer.
I'm getting smarter.
But you understand what I'm saying? Just because you can calculate it as a force, even though later on it's been seen not as a force, does that still mean it is a force? Even though it's proven not to be a force? Based on your pseudoscience, by the way.
It's
This is the test.
considered a force in physics.
Again, it was always seen as a force. The mechanics was it's a force of attraction. Einstein came along and superseded it by saying the mechanism is not a force, it's an apparent force, it's only optical. It's because the illusion that mass is attracting mass.
But really, time is just holding in on itself.
In many contexts, gravity is a force.
Let's put it this way. If the apple is falling down to the ground, Newtonian says the apple is literally attracted to the ground. It has a force, okay, of attraction. In Einsteinian, it says the apple has no force. It's not falling to the ground. It's the ground rising up to meet the apple. Same observation,
Awesome.
different mechanism.
Yeah.
Now, if Einstein's superseded the notion that it was a force, you can still calculate it as a force, but does that make it a force or not?
What? So you can, I suppose not.
Exactly, so it doesn't make it a force, even though you can calculate it as one. I can calculate it as pixie dust. Doesn't make it pixie dust.
But the what? No, but I could say that about like the PS4 or something to the PS5, you know? Like
using
that.
FTFE's idiotic argument with supersede. Okay, let's try it this way.
Oh, you saw that.
Let's try it this way. if I have a
We've been around the road a few times.
Yeah, let's see if I have a PS2, or in my case, I'm an Xbox guy. Okay, I had an Xbox One or Xbox 2, and then I played Duke Nukem, for instance. Now I've upgraded to a 360, and I buy games for the 360. Will that games from the 360 work in the Xbox One?
No.
No, and the 360 superseded the Xbox One, correct? Now, let's place it this way. The Xbox One you played games on, so it had a format and you could observe playing games. Move to the 360.
Yeah.
The same thing. You can play games of it, you observe playing games. The difference is the mechanism works differently. But because it superseded the previous one, it is a better model. Correct?
Yeah, it is.
So would you now say because the 360 superseded it, you will still go back and say no, the Xbox One is better?
Well, again, to quote, FTFE a little bit more, I'd say, it still does what it's supposed to do.
Exactly.
Right.
Your Newtonian gravity is not real. You are taking it.
But
You
it
can
still
calculate.
does what
Listen.
it's
You can calculate it as a force, but just because you calculate it as one doesn't make it a force. I can calculate it as pixie dust. It doesn't make it pixie dust. That's the whole point.
But you can't really calculate it.
Oh, really? I can just
pixie
change G to a P and say it represents pixie dust. Gives exactly the same outcome.
Yeah.
No. What?
I just got a super chat, sorry. Thank you, Tony Whitcomb, for your £10 super chat. Really, really appreciate it, mate. You Rocky says, just give us the wrapping and bending of Narnia farts, Globies. Warping and bending of Narnia farts. Thank you very much, Tony Whitcomb, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Yeah, that's the thing. Sorry, I don't know if you know this, Luch, that based on the current model, which is also going to be superseded soon by quantum gravity, it's the bending and warping of a fourth dimensional mathematical construct of space and time. So in other words, it is not real. It doesn't exist. It's only mathematically based, and it's an optical illusion. It's not physically happening. So when something falls, it doesn't literally fall. It's you meeting up to meet it. You are rising up to meet that object.
You could say that, but you could also say it falls.
It doesn't. That's the thing. You require a force for the object to accelerate. With Newtonian mechanism says the apple is physically having a force to accelerate. Einstein says there's no force, so the apple is standing still in geodesics. It's the space around it warping because the Earth is rising up to meet the apple. The apple is standing still. It's not moving. You get it? Two different mechanisms.
Yeah, okay, Wally, whatever, dude. Rocket in a vacuum.
Well, he'll have to fucking make a video to show it then, won't he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Make sure you use a
let's do
vacuum
that.
chamber big enough that it doesn't reach the walls.
It doesn't. Yes. Yeah. It doesn't. Yes. Okay. It doesn't describe gravity as a force. In the traditional sense. Let's see.
But you see, my whole beef around this is you guys claim gravity causes gravity. So it's just circular reasoning. You're just affirming the consequence.
When did we say gravity causes gravity?
You just did. That's how you explained it. The acceleration is gravity, which is caused by gravity.
No. What? No, I said gravity is the acceleration.
No, acceleration is acceleration.
Gravity is a form of acceleration.
Now it's a form of acceleration. You see the double speak here. So it's not gravity then? Or are we saying gravity is acceleration?
Yeah, gravity is an acceleration.
So we can just take gravity away and just say acceleration. But what causes that acceleration now? What causes the gravity then?
We don't know.
Agreed. Nobody knows because it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
You're taking acceleration and hijacking it by calling it gravity.
You want to know, like, why things, like, why mass attracts mass?
Mass doesn't attract mass. Things fall to the ground. Just like things go up, things go down.
If mass attracted mass, I'd permanently be laid down.
You'd sit next to a bus and all of a sudden be glued to it.
According
You'd need a
to
tractor beam.
Newton, gravity is caused by presence of mass. According to Newton's law of universal gravitation,
So what is mass?
Every mass attracts every other mass in the universe. The strength of this attraction is directly proportional to the product of the masses and inversely proportional to the distance between their centers. Yeah. Okay. In Einstein's general theory of relativity, gravity is explained as the curvature of space-time caused by mass and energy. Essentially, massive objects warp the fabric of space-time and other objects move along the curvature, the curved paths created by this warping, what we perceive as gravitational attraction.
So it's not in force then.
See.
So can you tell me what space? Can you tell me what space and time is?
That'd be a tough one there.
Mm-hmm.
Look for that one. No help now. No cheating. No cheating. I'm kidding.
Let's break it down first. What's space?
Yeah. Up there.
Space is just a concept. It's just availability.
Yeah, same as time.
So what's time?
Seemingly vast.
Space literally just means what's above you.
Seemingly infinite expanse exists beyond the Earth's atmosphere. It encompasses everything.
Just a room above you.
No.
Low.
Space is just literally availability. So look at a 3D cube, for instance. Okay? If there's nothing in that 3D cube, you'll just see it as space. It's availability. So you can put things in there to fill that space. That's what space is. So
Can I salute you? Can I salute your question again?
yeah, go ahead.
And it's pretty much a bit like question asked you before, but do you not find that you're struggling to define this reality that you believe so difficultly? Does it not like make you question that what you're believing in might not be real? Because like, if what you believe is real, why are you struggling to define it?
Yeah, if it's the truth, it should just flow, shouldn't it?
And why and Neil deGrasse doesn't even know.
I'm not saying what I'm saying in an attack. Like I'm just listening to you, like bumping your gums around, trying to explain what you believe, and you're doing a right bad job, or you can't even explain it, but yet you believe it.
I'll say this that if everyone is lying to me, or is wrong, or is trying to take control with power or something by lying or something, then yes, I would have a belief.
I wouldn't say it's lying though. I wouldn't say it's lying.
What do you mean if somebody?
But let's put it this way: who would be lying to you? Let's say people work for NASA. They believe what they're doing is true, so they're not lying. I mean, if one person's building a silicone chip for a module, or another person's building the chair for an astronaut, or whatever, they believe they're literally taking them to space. They're not lying.
They believe just like you. They don't know they're being lied to.
Which percentage are lying then?
You've not answered my question though, Louis. My question weren't about people lying to you. My question was, if you believe this stuff, why are you having such an hard time to define it?
Well,
if you don't understand it, how can you believe it? That's my point. Like,
well, I guess it's a fair point.
Or are you just repeating to me what you've been told?
Yeah, I'm just repeating to you.
Well, there you go. Like, do you not think that's folly?
Yeah, I guess it is, because I haven't done anything to verify it for myself. I'm just believing
and that's
what
my
people
point.
tell
And,
me.
and I'm not saying I'm cleverer than you, like, but the fact that you can't define these things tells me you don't understand them. Do you know what I mean? It's like if it were reality,
or at least you're still questioning the same things we are.
Yeah,
That's what.
I'm getting there, Ryan. But like, if it were reality, you should understand it really easily and should be able to explain it. If you're struggling, then
Which
it's
is
not,
why
you're just being told that you believe in, you know, and it's like you should question these things.
You know, which is why I did say that unless everyone's either wrong or lying, then I would be, you know, then there would be belief.
Well, take yourself for example, Lutz, right? You were just regurgitating what you've heard or been told, yeah? You've already just told me that.
Yeah.
And that keeps getting passed on. Does that make it a lie, or does it just mean that, like, you're just playing Chinese whispers? Do you know what I mean?
Well, I guess that would be indoctrination, I guess.
Exactly. Exactly, mate.
Yeah.
And that's
Don't
what
you
we
want to
fight
see if
against.
you can disprove what you believe?
But that's
Wouldn't that be
only
fun?
if
That's
you know everyone's indoctrinating me. But I don't believe that, so because logic says that
Who says?
you know everyone that would require like millions of people to be wrong or doing stuff that they don't question.
Okay, you're talking about logic. So, but logically, wouldn't a flat Earth work better than heliocentric? Look at how water lies, how it finds its level, and that wouldn't that work better on a flat Earth than on a globe? So, if you're talking about logic, you could add that to what you believe. You know, it's more logic. It's more logic that a flat Earth works on a globe. You know, in your mind, surely.
But globers have explanations for the phenomenon.
Is an explanation the truth?
Well, it's better than not having one.
I could explain ins and outs
I'd rather
of
not
unicorn
know.
for you if you
They
like.
got bad excuses. Bad excuses that can't be proven in most cases.
Loach, I could
It might sound
explain.
intelligent, yeah. But
Luch, I could explain ins and outs of a unicorn for you if you want.
Can you?
Yeah, if you want me to, but does it make a unicorn real?
Well, logic says that unicorns aren't real. Yeah.
But like I said,
Actually, unicorns are real, but unicorns are rhinoceroses. They're not horses with horns in there.
But like I said, logically, a flat Earth works more than a globe would. Heliocentric, it's ridiculous. It's going through a vacuum, in a cannonball, doing all them ludicrous speeds and velocities and vectors. You know what I mean? It's logically in your mind, surely a flat Earth would work better. Like I said, with water finding its level, rather than water being in a basin rather than wrapped around a ball. Do you know what I mean? Stuff like that. Surely that's
Globers would say speed is relative.
Of course they would.
That brings you up to
Speed is
what?
relative.
How would you prove the speed of light? I mean, you guys, is it one way or two way? How do you know?
It's measure the speed of light, I guess.
No.
How would you do that?
If you I guess you'd measure the speed of light by turning on a torch or something, and then
You do know
going
this.
frame by frame. Seeing how
No,
fast
but I'm saying
the
the
light
two-way speed of light has never been measured.
Yes, it
Nope.
has.
Nope.
Yes, but
The speed of light has been measured.
Nope.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't. It's calculated.
it's only calculated.
Yeah.
calculations and measurements are two different things. Measurement, you have to physically do it, don't you? A calculation,
So,
you do in your head, in your brain.
You send, like what I said, you send light over a known distance and measure the time it takes to travel that distance.
How do you do that?
You mean what equipment they used?
Well, yeah.
How do you know the distance?
Because when I see a touch one, it's instantaneous. So what are you using to measure that?
Let's say.
Back to Google.
Mirrors to direct the light, and a detector to record the time it takes for the light to travel.
Right, so just imagine you've got a torch and you're stood 2 miles away and you turn that torch on. How do you measure that supposed speed and time it takes to travel that distance?
Well, let's see.
Just say you don't know, bro. It's easier.
Yeah, but
Well, I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, but like I said, the two-way speed of light.
So, but right, this is my point, Lewis. Why are you claiming these things if you don't know? If you don't
Because
know,
he's defending the model. He's defending the model. Come on. It's cognitive dissonance.
No.
No.
no, that's cognitive dissonance.
No. Well, I mean, you could whatever. Yeah.
Well, it's okay. I haven't actually done anything to prove to myself that it is a globe.
Mm-hmm.
This is the issue.
I trust these people. I believe they.
But you have defended it quite diligently, haven't you?
It's tried.
Well, it's
What is that?
fun.
But what does that? Just on the surface, what does that tell you, though? Obviously, something's being held from you, right? Something's not matching up here, right?
In, arguing, debating with flat earthers, I can see the appeal in it.
Yeah, but for entertainment value, yes. But I'm saying
you don't debate flat earthers, do you, Luke?
Not really that often, no.
No.
so I'm not worried.
Let's put it this way. Have you realized from when you were a child, everything you see is globe? So they push globe onto you from when you're a child till when you die one day. So children's books, children's shows, adverts, music, anything pushed is always look at the globe, let's make space awesome, you know, that kind of thing.
When you're a child is when you question things and they stop that dead. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want to know where you live and stuff? And the accomplishments that man have made, like going to the moon.
If they've made
and
them,
history as well. They're just teaching you stuff.
Right. Programming.
If you
They're brainwashing you.
Yeah, programming.
Have you ever heard of MK Ultra before?
No. What's that one?
In basic terms, it's a kind of indoctrination.
It's mind
control.
Mind control. Yeah, that's what MK stands for. It's the German version of control. It's mind control.
I don't know if you guys have ever watched.
I did. My wife and I both watched it. Yeah.
No, but let's put it this way: like Palestinian children's TV.
I think I know what you're getting at.
I'm not going to say anything about it. Do yourself a favor and go. Just watch it yourself.
Yeah.
And then you'll know exactly why I'm saying indoctrination.
So what percentage is mind controlled?
There's no such thing as
I'd say 99.9.
There's no such thing as percentage of mind control. If you present
There's either mind control or there's not. Yeah.
But look at it. If you present it with a forced reality onto you and you're conditioned to just accept it, you've been indoctrinated to that reality. So you're just going to accept that's because that's what I've been told. That's what I've seen everywhere. You've bombarded with it. That's type of mind control.
Okay, since I have not done anything to verify it for myself, I will agree with you that if what you're saying is true, then I have been some kind of mind controlled. Yes.
Because do you think it's really necessary for them to push space and globe on everybody from when you're born? If it is reality, do they need to push it so much?
It is reality. Yes, I do.
I mean, let me bring an example up. My children watch Peppa Pig, and they're busy having a tea party, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, I got an idea. Let's climb on a rocket ship and go to the moon. It's got absolutely nothing to do with the tea party.
No.
And then they show them climbing the rocket and flying up over them, going and orbiting the moon, having awesome dressing up as astronauts, and all of a sudden the tea party is irrelevant. But the whole topic was tea party.
So now suddenly tea party means astronauts.
It's an accomplishment.
But what's that have to do with the tea party?
You know, putting people on the moon was one of man's greatest achievements.
Was it?
Wow.
Why wouldn't you want to show that?
One is
Have you seen it?
The moon, you can't even stand on the moon.
One small lie for men, one giant deceit for mankind.
No, you definitely want to show people that, right? One of greatest achievements of landing on the moon.
What achievement? They can't violate.
Yeah, it was the great achievement of a big lie.
Yeah, you can't violate the law of thermodynamics.
They achieved a very big deception.
And it didn't even work. It didn't even bankrupt anybody.
Older law of thermodynamics says is that things will fill the closest or empty space. You know, over time things will get messier because it will fill it.
It will be a separate system. So if Earth is an open system, we'd all be dead. We wouldn't be able to build a rocket ship because
fly
they'd
away.
be dead. You get it? All the
Just
gas.
be a matter of time, yeah.
Yeah, all the gas would have gone into space.
Evaporated.
Well, we have, not gravity. We have an acceleration downward to.
No.
That's our container.
No.
We
There's
don't really.
No,
Remember
that's
when
not possible.
Remember when I asked you last time you were on? Can you please demonstrate gas going down at 9.8 meters per second?
It doesn't.
Well, that's what. Do you disagree that things accelerate down at 9.1
Gas,
meters?
gas doesn't accelerate down. Gas moves in all directions constantly.
Do you agree that when you let go of an object, it falls down?
That's not.
If it's heavy.
That's
Unless it's a helium balloon.
wait. That's a category error. You know the difference between gas, solids, and liquids.
They all go down.
Gas doesn't. Gas moves in
Gas
all
does.
directions.
Yes, it does. But we've got a downward acceleration.
It moves in all directions, and it doesn't accelerate at 9.8 meters per second, mate.
The container is the acceleration downward.
No, that's not what a container is. Please define
Then why
container.
doesn't Then why do I need a tire in order to put pressure into in order to hold my car?
A container is something that you'd need force to escape.
What? No, that's not a container.
No.
Which, it is. You'd need force to escape the downward acceleration that we
But
have.
gravity isn't a force, so how does that work?
Gravity creates force.
That's not
And
what defines a
helium
container,
doesn't
though.
care.
Yeah.
Helium just doesn't care what gravity thinks, you know?
It's light.
Exactly.
It has
Buoyancy.
permission to defy. It's rebellious.
Helium and
attitude.
gravity, they never walk hand in hand because they don't like each other.
No.
Nope. They're enemies. Mortal enemies.
Buoyancy.
Oh, but we just
Buoyancy
debunked.
on-
We
Ah!
just, but we just
Heavier
debunked.
than this
But we
gas,
just
right?
debunked your buoyancy in a vacuum when we showed the gas going up in all directions when there was no gas in the chamber, so it wasn't buoyancy.
Yeah, but we have kinetic energy in that case. Gas.
So not
hitting the
buoyancy
wall
then. So
and
not
going in
buoyancy
all
then.
directions.
So not buoyancy then.
It's not buoyancy, no. It's kinetic energy in that situation.
So gravity and buoyancy don't exist. Well done.
No. No. Oh, God.
Might as well toss them out. I mean, now do you see why we? This is why we got frustrated. This is why we came to this decision, Luch. This is why we're trying to get you to see where we came from. You know what I mean? It's because it doesn't make sense. None of it does,
It
and they just
contradicts
keep on making
itself.
more excuses that don't make sense.
Yeah, the thing is, your guys' gravity and the globe is based on God of the Gaps argument. Every time there's a problem, you're just creating another filler for that argument. That's why you guys got things like dark matter and all this rubbish, because there's a problem in your model, and you have to fix it somehow.
And that's like a worldwide phenomena. Cognition.
Okay,
At mega levels.
Let me see if I can explain it this way.
You can.
If you have something that's an established fact, and then something else comes along that might be a problem for it, but
it went to fact then.
That
but physics doesn't work that way.
problem, because what you have is an established fact. You'd look for another explanation as to how this thing could happen.
Bingo.
Because
But again, you can't
have
even
an
call it, you
established
shouldn't
fact
use
and
the
then
word
something-
fact. That's
Yeah, but
manipulation again.
It's almost like an infinite regress, though, isn't it?
If we have a
Like-
fake fact and we find out that fake fact didn't actually it wasn't a fact, we have to find an excuse to make this fake fact a fake fact that works. Because we don't have an actual fact, so we keep
Michael's
making
correct.
fake facts.
But Michael's correct. This is the infinite regress fallacy.
It's just fake
No.
facts all over.
Is this even a? Is the infinite?
Is this reality?
I don't know.
Man, there's a lot more things
just
than I
excuses.
thought there were.
It is complicated.
But Luch, would you be able to explain to us what fact means?
Yeah. Here we go.
True.
See how thin the veil is.
A fact should not be able to change to a non-fact.
Exactly.
Need an
Let's put it this
excuse
way.
to be a fact again.
Let's put it this way: if I go over to Dislord and I slap him in the face, it's a fact I slapped him in the face. Correct, Dislord? Now, if someone else
we all
goes,
heard it as well.
yeah,
that one. No way. When did that happen?
But it's just an example. Now, let's say someone else goes and says, "No, I don't agree with that." He didn't go over to him and slap him. It was a dog barking and a tree branch fell on his head. So did it change?
That's what I felt.
Did it change the fact that I slapped him?
I'd rather get slapped.
No, but you understand what I'm saying?
Hold on. Wait. So
Hold on.
If it's fact, it can't change. It always remains fact.
You're confusing me.
Okay.
You need to break it down a bit.
Let me try it this way. Let me try it this way. You go over to that guy and slap him in the face.
Mhm.
That's a fact,
Yes.
right? But the guy that doesn't feel any pain, even though it's a fact also that when you get slapped, that's painful. So you'd look for an explanation as to why the guy didn't feel any pain.
No. The fact was he got slapped. That was the fact.
Yeah.
So it's established. It's established fact. It's established
Yeah.
fact he got slapped.
And it's an established fact that you feel pain when you get slapped.
Again.
But just because I felt pain doesn't mean I got slapped.
Yeah, but that's just a byproduct of the fact. That the point is the fact is he got slapped. If he doesn't feel it or not.
If Flatzoid slapped this lad, I could then ask this lad and say, "Did Flatzoid slap you?" And he'd go, "Yeah, man."
And
It
by the
doesn't
way,
need to tell me.
I just have to say,
don't-
guys, I don't say I want to slap this. It's just a
No, I know.
I do.
You all know that. But
I get it.
Just
Yeah.
example.
listen. This lad don't need to tell me how much it hurt.
No.
He just needs to say, "Yeah, he did slap me," and that's
I'm quite aware that it hurts.
And the pain's dependent. Some people feel pain more than others, you know. So the
I
pain
would
is
be damn, boy. How much gravity did you put into that one? I fell down.
But you understand?
Knock
if
you on
he-
your arse.
But let me put it this way: if he felt it or not, it's not going to change the fact that he was slapped.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
somebody has to be responsible.
look at all these explanations that you're giving as to why, how he could, how it is that.
But that's what I'm
he
asking
didn't
you.
feel
Everything
anything.
based on your model can't be established fact, because if it was established fact, it can't change.
Let me just ask Luke. Right?
Yeah, it can't change. So
Let-
what's changed about it?
Let me just ask you a question, quick, Luke. How would you establish whether Flatzoid slapped this lad? How would you establish whether Flatzoid slapped this lad or not? How would you establish that as fact?
By seeing if his face is red or not.
Yeah, but that could be for
Well,
any
that's
other
fair enough,
reason.
right? But
Well,
You
I-
would need
wait,
to
but-
see the slap
Okay, but
happening.
maybe
You live out-
maybe I didn't slap him hard enough to make it red.
no, but listen, like you live too far apart, like, so you can't see him in person. So how would you establish it?
I
I'd
guess
ask
I
him.
wouldn't know.
Did someone slap you?
You would just have to believe the people who told you that it happened that way.
I'd just ask him. Somebody hit you.
Can I ask? I want to ask Rachie a question, guys, because obviously Rachie agrees with the equivalence principle on the globe. Can you show me on a globe? Wait, maybe I'm going to draw it out quickly.
Oh no!
I love this. I love
no.
Off the
We're
page.
going down a road.
It's a long one.
Here we go. It's a
Yeah.
long one.
if you have something that's an established fact, and then you have something
Oh.
else that might disagree with the established fact,
Then it's not. Then it wasn't
then
fact.
you'd have to look for an explanation as to why that thing, or how that thing could be a thing.
Then it wasn't
Even
fact.
though-
Yeah, but you understand. Then it wasn't a fact.
Yeah.
No, that's
Yes, that's
not
exactly
how
it.
it's going.
Define fact.
True.
Define
I guess.
fact. Yeah.
Something that's
Define
true.
fact.
Please do.
Something that's true. Something that's, empirically demonstrated or something.
Let's put it this way. Fact.
Define empirical.
Like,
If something is 100%
truth,
kinda.
Truth.
Okay. Before we go on there, I just want to ask Raichi. So you based on the equivalence principle of the globe, which means the Earth is rising up. Please tell me which part of the Earth is rising up here.
do you want to know where the bulge is?
No. The equivalence principle says the Earth is rising to meet the apple. So let's say the apple's falling here. The Earth would be rising to meet there. What if the apple's falling here? The Earth is rising to meet here. Is the Earth expanding constantly?
No.
The Earth's not growing.
No.
So can we say,
Sure.
based on logic alone, that debunks Einstein's equivalence principle?
It's not. It's not supported by mainstream scientific evidence.
Equivalence principle is not supported by mainstream. It's your mainstream narrative at this
No,
moment.
the
Yes, it
Earth
is.
expanding is not.
Well, that's what it dictates if you're saying equivalence principle.
Oh, that the Earth is expanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
The ground's
that's,
rising to meet you when you're falling.
Just like when you say you're in a rocket ship going up, because you going up, the apple's not going down. The apple's still staying. You meeting up to the apple. Now you have to put this onto a sphere in 3 dimensions. And that 3-dimensional sphere is rising up from the ground constantly in all directions.
So you've got breathing apple.
Yeah.
It says that the expanding Earth hypothesis is considered outside the scientific consensus.
Equivalence principle.
Consensus.
Equivalence principle is a part of general relativity, Raichi.
Science is not a consensus.
Exactly.
Equivalence principle is simply the
Not supposed to be.
explaining the warping based on general relativity. So it's the geodesic line. But anyway, yeah, you go back to the fact, the established fact. If it was fact, it can't change. That is fact. The fact is you're breathing right now. You're talking to us. That's a fact. You can't change the fact. You're breathing. You're talking.
Well, unless you kill yourself.
Yeah, but it won't change the fact he was breathing and talking to us.
Well,
when he's
that's
doing it.
yeah. You got it.
You understand? So
Okay, I won't argue. with you.
yeah, so if it's fact, it's fact.
So the
Yeah,
That's a fact.
Raichi, yes, but general relativity and equivalence principle go hand in hand. They explain the same things.
The equivalence principle is a fundamental concept in Einstein's general theory of relativity. The principle states in a small region of spacetime the effects of gravity are indistinguishable from acceleration.
There we go.
In other words,
Flatzoid just said.
That's what I just said.
That's exactly what Flatzoid
Yeah,
just
yeah.
said.
In other words,
And
being in
general
a
relativity.
gravitation-
Yeah, and general relativity explains that reference based on the warping and bending of space-time. That's why
Yeah, and the,
That's why we say general relativity is just optical. It's not physical. It only appears to have the acceleration in space-time because it's the warping in a mathematical construct of the space fabric, which is flat, by the way.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I'd say it provided a more accurate description of gravity, of what gravity actually was.
So what's gravity then?
Was
the spending of space-time.
What?
Yeah.
That's what we get to again. Can you
They're on the side
manipulate
of that.
space? Can you manipulate time?
Show us. Demonstrate, please.
Yeah, I think
sounds
so.
like magic.
You can. Okay. Please manipulate time for me quickly.
Yeah, rewind for 5 minutes and start
The
over.
faster you go, time slows down.
No. What is time?
Time is like what do you think time is?
No, I asked you. What is time?
Time
you saying you can manipulate it.
Time is like, time. I guess time is a concept.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so you can't bend a concept.
Exactly right.
I'm sorry for laughing, Luke. Wow.
It helps us understand the sequence of and duration of events.
Mm-hmm. That's it. It's just like math.
But how do you manipulate that?
In physics, it's considered a dimension.
Mm.
Part of
Do
the
those exist?
space-time continuum.
Do those exist?
Continuum.
Continuum, huh?
Consider it's not proven.
Okay, I just got to tell Rachie again. She says equivalence principle says that locally you can't distinguish the difference between space-time warping, gravitational field, and the reference frame accelerating. Yeah, exactly. Just like general relativity says, because time space-time is warping around the masses. It's like that's how they try and explain it with a mass or a ball on a fabric, and it bends and it rolls towards the other mass. That's exactly what they're saying. That fabric is space-time. So if that ball is now rolling towards it, you would agree you require a force for this. He's explaining it not as a force, because it's an optical illusion appearing to be attracted to one another, which is the equivalence principle.
Isn't it like arguing about two turds, though, which is brownish?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and they're both tapered on the ends.
They're both bullshits. Hey, Glenn, so
They're both
see, man.
shit.
But I mean, you understand.
Break up space,
But you understand.
They make it sound like you can make a shirt out of that stuff.
But you understand now they're trying to save face on why the equivalence principle is such rubbish when it comes to their globe, and then they want to say, oh no, it's just general relativity then. But general relativity is the same thing. It's just more expanded. That's all it is. It's exactly the same thing. It's not
Expand
actually
that fabric
happening.
and make an extra large shirt.
It's not actually happening. It's just an optical illusion that it's happening.
Kind of like the horizon.
It's crazy.
Interesting.
There's so many holes in this, it's not funny, but yeah. People don't want to be honest enough to understand why it's wrong. So this is where we say, okay, demonstrate it to us, please. Oh no, we can't because it's in the fourth dimension. We're three-dimensional beings. Okay, then you can't make a claim about it, can you?
Nope.
I wonder why people also, that's a different talk, but why we still have so many people on Earth worshipping royalty and stuff. Like what makes it that they are the ones who's allowed to be like controlling everyone, and be your boss and own the whole country and stuff? Why is that accepted by any people? How are they better than you and all that stuff? How do we accept this? That's another one.
Exactly.
Like it's just a fact that they are ruling us. They just have to rule us because they call themselves kings and queens, and that's just how it is. And we don't even, it's one of those things again. It's crazy. People just keep believing it. Why do they accept this?
Because indoctrination.
Do
I just want to say, before we go on, I just want to say I got a super chat from Firebirds. Thank you very much for your $5 super chat, mate. He says, got to ask, where is the Earth rising to then? That I would also like to know.
Good point.
We don't know.
We've
What
asked
put it into that motion in the first place.
Yeah, we've asked Dal and them as well this question many times.
But
Instead, they're just saying
we'll
straw
get
man.
shouted at.
Yeah.
We've seen that, we've observed that the Earth is not rising. It's just, it's rotating around the sun, or orbiting, I should say, around the sun.
No.
Orbiting, is it?
Yeah.
What's an orbit?
It's when one body is, going in circles around another.
So if I run around my swimming pool, I'm orbiting the swimming pool.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, not in the traditional sense, but technically.
Which would require a flat plane to have that orbital motion.
Damn it.
But no.
Damn it, man.
Imagine I'm holding a string. Imagine I'm holding a piece of string in my hand, and I got the string connected to a rod in the middle of the pool, and I'm running around that pool. It's following a straight plane.
It's a second, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That orbit is following around the heavenly body.
Remember, that's why I even told you, based on general relativity, space-time is a flat piece of fabric.
Let's try this. An orbit is a path something takes around another object, like a planet going around the sun. It's like a cosmic dance guided by gravity.
Google's not helping you much. It's just make.
Yeah,
you're in trouble there, buddy.
It's like you're reading a fairy tale.
Okay, ignore that last part.
And what's funny is that you're starting to hear how silly it sounds.
It's like a beautiful orbital dance. Come on, let's all dance.
Ignore that last part. Ignore that last.
You better ignore it.
Just an object
movie.
Something takes around another object, like a planet going around the sun. Done. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh well. 67 people watching, guys. Awesome. Please hit the likes, share the show. It really does help.
I like you, man.
Okay. How about this one? An orbit is the curved path that an object, such as a planet, satellite, or moon, takes around another object. Typically, a larger celestial body due to gravitational attraction.
Okay, well, what's gravitational attraction?
We don't know.
Next
question. We know. You know.
Yeah. I don't know.
We don't know, but you know.
Yeah, but what's gravitational attraction?
It's
that thing, you know. Gotta love it. Gotta love it.
Yeah, you're right. That expedition.
So, will be the force that that pulls objects mass
again, there's no force.
Not a force. We're
It's
back
the
to square one again, bro. Come on.
It's the bending of the space-time fabric.
And if you're back to square one, does that not show you that it's presupposed?
Don't you guys find it very ironic that for gravity they can claim that forces don't require an acceleration? You don't require an to have an acceleration. You don't require a force because it's simply just the uneven distribution of the masses, so it's out of equilibrium. But then they want to have the audacity to tell us when it comes to relative density disequilibrium, we require a force to have that acceleration.
Right.
Don't you find that very hypocritical?
I keep switching between the two because force is just, force is...
Caps.
What? Force is just a better word.
So how do I turn on caps in my stream? Truth Over Comfort says, Flatzoid, can you turn on caps in your streams? Huh?
Caps.
I don't know how, dude. Sorry.
It's the force created by gravity. How about that?
Okay.
Well, yeah,
but that's what I'm asking. What is gravity?
It's the acceleration.
This is like Groundhog Day.
Gravity is an acceleration which causes a force. What's that? What's that?
Where does the acceleration come from?
Exactly. Does that not show you the whole belief is presupposed? You're coming back. It's the catch-22. You're coming back to the start again, square one, because it's all presupposed.
So you want to know where the downward acceleration comes from?
No, we know why it accelerates
But where does
down.
that so-called force come
Wait,
from?
wait. We know why things accelerate downwards, just like they accelerate upwards. It's the density ratio disequilibrium. But the point is, you guys are making a claim now that gravity causes gravity, and you don't know what gravity is. You can't define gravity. You can't make up your mind if it's a force or not a force, and it's not observable.
The downward acceleration you feel is due to gravity.
Again, what is gravity?
It says this acceleration.
No, that's acceleration. No, that's acceleration. If I drop a rock, that's a rock accelerating. That's not gravity.
And you're mentioning what things it can do, but you're not mentioning what it is.
I mean, let's put it this way. I let go of a helium balloon. It accelerates upwards.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Is that gravity?
That's buoyancy.
You can't claim buoyancy if you don't know how to have gravity. First, you see, you can't prove gravity. Now you want to say buoyancy.
Yes, we can.
How?
There's experiments.
What experiments?
Many. The discovery of Neptune.
I got homework for you. Find me any validated scientific hypothesis and experiment for gravity, please.
Okay. What was mine on Discord not good enough?
What? That wasn't a scientific hypothesis and experiment. I want you to give me a published scientific hypothesis and experiment. Just one.
Great long paragraphs are all them proofs.
The statements, all those statements he made.
No, none of them were.
None of them were. No.
No.
That's right. I remember that. Yeah.
We
went through all.
Do you know? Interesting fact. Not even Newton had a scientific hypothesis and experiment for his Newtonian gravity.
Yes, he just made an observation.
So it wasn't science then.
Observation is science.
No, it's not.
It's the first step in the scientific
It's the
method.
first step. First step, but it's not science. I observe a monkey climbing a tree. Is that science?
That's gravity in it, Flatzoid.
It's probably one of
wow.
Probably one in his roof right now.
I observe when I jump in a pool, I get wet. Is that science? If I don't take it further, if you don't take it further than the observation, it's not science.
Yes.
That'd be a phenomenon as well. Like
Newton did, right?
Wow.
Okay. What was his hypothesis and scientific experiment?
Let's look it up.
Good luck.
I can feel grey hairs.
On Google.
Waggle.
Are we Googling again?
Waggle.
Do you know what a Google is?
Google's gonna tell him Newton had no experiment.
A Googleplex is a big number, and it's the amount of time.
Well, Einstein even said there is no experiment that can demonstrate it. So I don't know where he's going to find that at. Okay.
What do you mean? Einstein said there's no way to demonstrate gravity.
What about Einstein?
No demonstration.
We're talking about Newton now.
Talking about Newton.
Yeah. Okay.
I know.
Okay, Newton then. Okay, let's say Isaac Newton conducted thought experiments and used mathematical reasoning
Go back. Repeat.
To formulate his laws of motion, the law of universal gravitation.
Can you repeat your first part of that?
Isaac Newton conducted thought experiments and used mathematical reasoning.
Stop. What was that word there? Thought
Thought?
experiments.
Yeah.
What do you think that means?
Keyword.
He was using his mind to see what would be possible with gravity.
Is a thought
That's
experiment?
a real experiment.
Is thought? Let's put it this way: is the thought experiment science?
It's an idea.
No, I don't think so.
It's just an idea. It's a notion.
Imagine.
The thought.
Do you see the issue here, Luch?
Please say you do. Thank you.
Because from the get-go of the postulation of gravity, there has been no science for it, and they've been building upon the pseudoscience for this, and everybody's just accepting it as fact when there's no science to begin with.
What were his statements?
Hold on.
It's folly to
You
believe.
find it as absurdity that anybody would assign this to me.
Yeah.
So, it says thought experiments are a valuable part of scientific inquiry. While they don't involve direct physical experimentation, they play a crucial role in developing and testing hypotheses.
No.
Exploring theoretical concepts and refining scientific.
Theoretical is not science.
No.
Science is based on physics, not theoretical.
What's
Theoretical. That's theory.
That's
Theory is not empirical, mate.
What's an
Just like gravity.
Flatzoid.
Yeah.
What's an hypothesis?
Hypothesis is an assumption based on what the cause for an effect observed is.
Right. So, do you have to manipulate?
But if you can't manipulate the surface, then you have to call it a theological idea.
Wait, Ryan. Do you have to manipulate the cause?
Yes, you do. That's
Right,
what
so
the experiment. That's what the experiment's there for.
How can you do that by thought?
Thought experiments often help scientists envision scenarios.
Yeah, but
you're
that's not science.
You're not listening, Luke. Can you test an hypothesis by thought, Flatzoid?
No.
So then you can't test hypothesis
let's
by
put it this
thought.
way. Let's put it this way. I can have a thought that Superman really does exist. In my mind, I experiment that if Krypton really did exist, Superman will exist. You get it?
Isn't that the apples to apples? Or apples and oranges fallacy?
No, this is just showing you your mind experiment is not scientific.
You know,
It's
the
just-
thought about Superman. If Superman existed, that's like that is. I think that's the apples and oranges experiment or something. I mean, fallacy.
I don't know.
But Superman is just as real as gravity.
Obviously, he's just theological. That's all.
Maybe Superman is actually even more real. He even makes more sense to me.
There will actually be some people think he's real, because
Yeah.
in England, right? There's a soap opera called Coronation Street, and years ago when I was little, there was a woman on there called Deirdre, and she got put in prison, and people thought she really was in prison.
It's like they were protesting.
It's
they
a
were
false
protesting.
analogy.
Speaks about it and that. They
False
actually thought-
It's not a false analogy. I was
The
giving
Superman.
wait. I was giving a direct rebuttal to your argument. Your argument was
Superman.
Your argument was a thought experiment. I just showed you why a thought experiment is not scientific, so therefore it's a direct rebuttal, so therefore not a what did you say? False equivalence.
False analogy.
False
fallacy.
analogy. No, it's not a false analogy. Because it's a direct rebuttal.
It's when someone compares two things that are not similar in relevant ways.
They relevant.
Making
It's
the
relevant.
comparison
It's a thought.
invalid.
Sorry, it's relevant. I gave you a thought experiment, which is totally relevant to you saying a thought experiment. I could have used.
Yeah.
I could have said. I could have used pigs fly it's still relevant to the argument. So no.
You
don't understand the fallacy. A false analogy or thought experiment would be when I'm trying to say, let's go and climb on a plane and try and work out it's got to do with the car speed. It has absolutely nothing to do with your analogy, has it?
It suggests that because two things share one characteristic, they must be alike in other aspects. That's the false analogy.
So it's not a false analogy then, because it was a direct rebuttal to your argument.
So the thought experiment and Superman share one characteristic. They're both thought experiments. They're both thinking.
So I mustn't use the Superman. Then must I do another thought experiment one for you? Is that your issue? That's Superman. Okay, how about Thor? If Thor didn't have a hammer, if I had a thought experiment that Thor didn't really have a hammer, he had an axe instead of a hammer, would he still be Thor?
Yeah.
Do you see? Was that science?
No.
There we go. Still not a false analogy. It's directly rebutting your argument that thought experiments are scientific.
But Thor's not real, though.
That's the point. That's the point. That's the whole point.
It's just playing around with thoughts.
Yeah.
Nothing more.
That's
it's just
why you get. That's why you get the hypothesis.
Oxbow says the thought experiment is an oxymoron, and it is.
It is.
Yeah, of course, because
you can't experiment on thought.
You can't manipulate something by thought.
No,
exactly.
That's exactly
the thing.
It's just speculation. It's a fancy word for speculation.
Okay, but let's ask Luch now. An experiment. If you don't do an experiment, how would you know the cause for an effect observed?
Yeah, I guess you wouldn't. Really?
Great. So, let's go back to Newton. What was his observed phenomena?
The apple falling off of the tree.
Okay. What is his hypothesis?
Mass attracts mass, I guess.
Great. Okay. So, what is his experiment?
Let's see. Though the apple falling is just something we say now. That didn't actually happen.
No, ask what was the experiment.
Let's see.
And also, your hypothesis, you says mass attracts mass. Okay.
I think.
So what's the cause and effect with mass attracting mass? What's causing what effect?
He used Isaac Newton used logical reasoning to develop his laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation.
Logical reasoning, so not science. So it was just logical to him. Just logical to him that every time he sees something accelerate, it required a force to cause it to accelerate. Motion.
Yeah.
Great.
He just observed that. Yeah, that's an observation.
And we can validate that every time we want to accelerate something, we apply a force to it, correct?
Yes.
So that's validation. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, he observed the apple falling.
Well, he didn't really. That's just something we say. But let's say that, sure. Why not?
Okay, I observed the apple falling. Now what? Further than that.
Isaac Newton is known more for his theoretical work and mathematical formulas rather than direct experimentation.
So he didn't do science.
He did conduct thought experiments.
That's not science.
No.
We just went through that.
Are you
That's the
listening,
Superman
Luke?
thing.
Are you listening?
His work laid the foundation for classical mechanics and our understanding of gravity, even though it involves less of the hands-on experimentation often associated with other scientific figures.
So we're not at the real is level, aren't we? Again.
Or maybe
So-
Ant-Man was pushing that apple down in his face. We don't know.
You believe
Okay,
a lot
so
of-
I agree that he did not do any physical scientific experiments.
Do you agree that you believe a lot of stuff without any actual evidence for it?
Well, I'm just reading about it now, so...
Well,
I guess I needed to be more specific.
I just want to ask you
What
something
exactly
based on your
do you-
mindset. Are you under the mindset that if you didn't have gravity, you would just fly off of the ground?
Yes, that's... Yeah.
Yeah.
That's... Yeah.
Why?
What were anybody else taught at school that reason you didn't fly off Earth was because it were rotating?
That plus I was told
That is
gravity-
what I got taught when I was at school.
That plus I was told that gravity was us being magnetized by the Earth's core to the surface. Surface. Yeah,
I was
as
taught
well.
that too.
Yeah.
What about things that aren't magnetic?
Well, are you magnetic?
No.
I mean, how are you sticking if you're not magnetic?
Do you know about diamagnetism, Luch?
No. What's that?
You get different things. You get you get ferromagnetism and paramagnetism. So some things attract, some things repulse away.
Ah, yes, yeah.
Yeah. There was just asking.
That,
So
that
let's, for
works.
instance, take you can take a magnet, and you can take a hamster or even a frog or something on a scale, and you can push it with a magnet.
It's a property of some materials that are not easily magnetized. So diamagnetic materials create a weak negative response when exposed to an external magnetic field. I guess I'm learning things today.
Yeah. But Neil deGrasse, he says he doesn't know what gravity is, and he also says that, what was the other thing? And I forgot.
He obviously said that as a joke, though. Right?
No, he didn't.
Nah.
No.
No one knows, so he's very serious.
Yes,
No,
yes,
he
Quinlan.
definitely said
Diamagnetism is repulsive. Exactly, Quinlan.
Neil deGrasse
In that
doesn't know-
video, Flatzoid played like a few seconds of Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah,
saying,
but
"I don't
we can
know."
go watch it again, can't we?
Again, well, what he says is
You can listen.
He doesn't know
I
what
don't know.
gravity is, but he can tell what it does and the effects it does. But as for what it is, he doesn't.
Yeah.
I could
And
listen
people
to
say
an
they
hour
can see
of-
curvature from airplanes, but you know, even Neil deGrasse says you can. He also says you can't. You know, you can't even if you go higher than that. You know, you just can't see. You can't see curvature. He doesn't know what gravity is, so you don't know what gravity is, and you can't see curvature from any height we know. You know, so
You
lots
can't
of
see
things missing there.
curvature you can see curvature.
He has to say that because
No, we cannot.
he has to say all them things.
Even from an airplane, you could probably.
You cannot
see
from
curvature.
any airplane.
Can't.
You
It's
could
just not
probably
possible.
see curvature on a clear day at certain points in an airplane. Yeah.
You can't see.
You will never see curvature on an airplane.
Can't see
on
curves
a
from
clear
balloons
day.
that are twice as high as airplanes. So what are you
No,
talking about?
we can't even get high enough up to see curvature.
Flatzoid,
They
show
say
him a
that.
balloon video.
I'll show
What
him now,
about-
but I just want to show him this.
Okay.
3 types of magnetism.
You might not think of water as being magnetic, but it is. And so are graphite, aluminum, and glass. This is a new and different category of magnetism called either para or diamagnetism, and it's different from the magnetism that you're used to. You're probably already familiar with ferromagnetism. Ferro means iron. An unmagnetized piece of iron, or nickel, or cobalt, becomes a magnet in the presence of a magnetic field. The effect is strong and lasts even after the magnet is removed. Paramagnetism is a similar effect, except that it's much weaker and temporary. Aluminum is a good example of a paramagnet.
You getting the gist of it now?
And so is oxygen, which is attracted to magnets. Here, I have a few milliliters of liquid oxygen, which sticks to the magnet. I'll explain why later. Gadolinium oxide and cupric sulfate are good examples of paramagnetic substances. Cupric sulfate is a salt that can be picked up by a magnet. Diamagnetic materials are exactly the opposite of paramagnetic. They are always repulsed. They would rather die than be in a magnetic field.
You get it?
Yeah, okay, diamagnetic is repulsion and paramagnetic is attraction. Yeah.
But they all come from Earth, yeah?
Yep.
Are you talking about Earth's magnetic field?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying we were taught when we were in school.
Are you listening, Luke?
Yeah.
Half.
I have to ask, like, because you keep questioning what we're talking about, as though you're not listening.
No, I am.
A realization, then go back to the first argument again.
Watch this, Luch.
Okay.
Well, you may not be able to help it.
High altitude balloon.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see any curve?
Twice as high as a plane as well.
Tell me when you can start seeing the curve. By the way, shout out to Terry. Here's his link, guys. If you haven't subscribed to him already, please do.
It's in black and white.
That's the infrared. There's the on the top left. You can see the full color.
Ah, I see. Okay. Why does it look like that?
Yeah, there's a UFO there. I see a UFO. That's a spectral highlight, I know.
Yeah.
that's a trip, though.
Lens flare, yeah.
Yeah, that's spectral highlight. What am I thinking?
What he's showing here,
that is a trip, though.
What he's showing here, Luch, is it's magnetic around the sun, so it's pulling up the noble gases.
There you go. I was going to say that's got to be 85%.
And that's why it looks appeared to go.
Causes from the gases heat up and they expand, of course. So they expand and they cause.
Well, you know, it's infrared, X-ray. That's why the sun looks like that.
Rachie says, looks like fisheye bending the wrong way. There's no fisheye here at all, Rachie. The local sun is pulling the magnetic field of the Earth.
If it were a fisheye lens, you'd see a globe.
Almost as if it was locked.
Now that Rachie mentions it, the Earth, that top left image of Earth is a bit weird.
So look, this is what it is. See the noble gases being attracted by the magnetic fields?
Yep, here we go. Plasma does the same thing. That's why when you touch a plasma ball, it all focuses onto where your finger touches because it's grounded into your. It's making a connection through the plasma in your body.
Yeah, exactly. Tip of the day. It's optical. That's the point. It's optical. It's not physical.
But this video's title says infrared/X-ray proves local sun.
Because it's attracting the gases around it, the noble gases. That's what's happening here. That's what he's trying to show.
So he's not trying to actually show Earth's curvature.
He doesn't need to. There is no Earth curvature to show, that's the point. And it's much higher than what you're claiming to have Earth curvature. Because we get this all the time. The globe, we say Neil deGrasse Tyson's wrong when he says you won't see anything 2 millimeters above this beach ball. That stuff is flat. Okay, but then you get people that say, oh, but according to a globe, we can see it in an aeroplane. No, you don't. You can't see curve in an aeroplane. I've flown many times and I've never once seen anything that looks very flat from an aeroplane.
Pilot will tell
Have you seen, like, pictures from airplanes?
I've been in airplanes, dude. There's no curve.
What about where the moon is below eye level?
It's not.
When
you do know that video I showed where the moon is below the horizon debunks the globe. We don't make a claim what the moon is or where it is. What we do know is it's an optical phenomena.
The moon is below eye level in an airplane.
Let me show you.
And since it's below eye level, that means the horizon must be below eye level too.
Let me show you.
It appears below the horizon.
Which means the horizon does not rise to eye level.
Okay, watch this, Luch. Watch this quickly, okay?
Below the horizon.
Horizon don't rise to eye level.
Relative. Where's the moon here, Luch?
Is that the moon?
Yeah, that's the moon.
In the water.
No, there is the apparent horizon. Look, it's rising relative to eye level. That's the wing of the plane. There's the moon.
Well, we don't actually know if that's eye level or not.
Sorry?
Since there's no reference as to what's eye level.
The plane's wing.
The plane's wing. The plane's wing.
Plane's wing.
Is that eye level though?
Relative to eye level, yeah. The person sitting in the plane, the windows are level to the wing.
And the moon is below eye level.
Again, we're not saying we know where the moon is or what the moon is. The claim here is the moon is 253,000 miles away, which would make it impossible to be below the horizon. Is it below the horizon?
Yeah.
So not 253,000 miles away then?
But you're up.
Do you understand your globe is claimed to be physical? That horizon is a claim to be a physical globe.
Optical.
So are we seeing the moon through Earth?
The horizon can be both optical and physical.
Okay. It shouldn't be able to, you know.
If I hold if I hold a bowling ball and someone holds a ping pong ball, okay, and that ping pong ball is behind the bowling ball at this level, would you see the ping pong ball?
No.
So that's the thing. Your moon is supposed to be behind your bowling ball. And it's seen. You get it?
It's
You're not supposed to see it.
It's probably due to refraction.
But how? You would kind of need
Define
like two mirrors or something right now.
Define refraction.
If I understand
define refraction.
If I understand what globers say refraction does, then
define refraction.
Yeah.
Before you
Refraction is-
define refraction, before you define refraction, I've got a super chat. Thank you very much for your £5 super chat, Spuddy. Really, really appreciate it. It says, cell navigation wins every time. You can't argue with an old age process that saves lives. Thank you very, very much. Yep, and a right angle triangle. Agreed. Thank you very much for your super chat, Spuddy. Yeah, okay. Define refraction, please.
Bending with light. That's what I understand.
No. Do you know what Snell's law is?
Bending. What's Snell's law?
Light refraction. Expedition
It's
Truth,
a
been a member
bending
for 7 months. Thank you very much. He says define refraction.
So bending light. Light
No.
bends through a medium.
Through a medium?
No.
Do you understand how Snell's law works?
That's what I've been told refraction is.
No. Snell's law requires two media. So you have to have your incident angle, which would have a refracted angle coming out of the media. So you have your light coming in, hitting a boundary, and refracting a new angle out that media. So you require two different medias with a boundary.
Yeah. The refraction.
So can you show me? Can you show me Snell's law in your atmosphere?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's happening everywhere.
Where's the two media?
One higher air and lower air.
No, two media.
Yes. One would be more dense than the other.
You do know? Okay, let's place it this way. Let's say you go down to the Earth's surface.
Dense air
and you're sitting
less
at-
dense air
yeah.
are two different mediums.
No, let's put it this way. Let's say you're down at Earth's surface at 14.7 psi. Okay?
Uh-huh.
You would agree that's one density.
14.7, yeah.
How can you claim refraction through that one density?
But then there would be like different temperatures over water, which would change the.
You're not listening to
medium.
what I'm saying. Is it a single density? How can you have refraction?
It's more than one.
You just said 14.7 is one density.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you're looking, if it's 14.7 the whole way through, then yeah, it would be just one.
So then no refraction.
But it wouldn't be 14.7 the whole way through. There'd be at least point something change, right? In the atmosphere, there's different densities. Like if I use my hands as an example, if I use my room as an example, and I take one hand and put one hand above another hand, this would be two different densities. Just
You should stop listening to Fight the Flat Earth, man.
Who's just coughed the lungs up?
Fight the flat Earth is not good for your brain. It's not good for anyone's brain.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for
you've
Fight
seen
the
that
Flat
one
Earth's
too, huh?
refracted hand argument. He still says
Yes,
going to...
He makes people stupid.
Yeah.
No.
He
it's
makes
not-
people stupid and he thinks it's funny.
Refraction of light requires two medias. You require a physical boundary for this media to happen. Okay?
Dense and less dense air.
Sorry again.
that's-
You require two media. Dense air and less dense air is not two media.
Yes,
No, they aren't.
that they are.
Last time I checked, gas and gas is gas.
But if one's more dense than the other,
At 14.7 psi.
there'd be at least some change.
And how much change would you need for refraction to occur?
Probably it's not much.
Do you understand there's a difference between terrestrial refraction and Snell's law light refraction?
Pressure refraction and light refraction.
Yeah, you claiming terrestrial refraction. Do you know there's a difference between terrestrial refraction and light refraction?
There probably would be, yeah.
So it's not light refraction then. It's Earth refraction. You know what terrestrial means?
Terrestrial refraction, even refraction.
No. Terrestrial refraction is the terrestrial surface of Earth changing shape.
Looking.
Snell's law, light refraction, is the
You
light
mean-
changing its angle based on the coincident angle which travels through two separate media.
You mean?
Hold on. It says the term refraction is not commonly associated with changes in pressure.
What?
So then, not refraction then? If it's not commonly
Is there even a-
associated with pressure.
Is there even a pressure refraction at all?
Okay, let me also place it this way. If we,
Have they got a dictionary at home?
wait, let's put it this way. If we had to take oh, I can actually show you now it doesn't. Action Lab, when he did now the thing we showed tonight with his laser to make the burn for the for that piece of paper to make it burn, he used the laser. Okay, obviously the container itself is a boundary. But did the light bend inside that chamber with the gas out?
They want to pull up a video?
But I'm saying, if you take a laser, okay, and you just change the pressure around the laser, does the light bend?
No.
No?
So then you can't claim refraction due to density change of gas. Because that's exactly what density change of gas is, pressure change.
Hold on. Let's say.
You'll not.
Yeah, like I thought, yeah. Pressure itself does not cause light to bend.
So terrestrial refraction doesn't cause light to bend, I agree.
Okay? Light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
Exactly.
But Luke, you're just going through. You're just going through Google until you can find something that fits what you want to believe.
And you end up making our point anyway at the end of
Whatever. You just keep going and going until like, and you're still not found.
But you are looking through the information that we claim is, not usable. You should try to disprove the things you are pointing out instead of protecting them. Before you actually try to disprove them.
Yeah, put them to the test.
So
try to disprove them before protecting them, because that's the actual approach. You'll figure out that, oh, I couldn't prove that in that way, oh, and in that way, and oh, I can't even prove that thing. What's up? What's going on? And then we will be talking about the same thing.
So, with a different optical density. Yes, Snell's law, there. Pressure.
Incident angle 1, angle out, equals incident angle 2, angle out.
But yeah, there'll always be refraction, right? Just like FTFE said.
So is the refraction with your in front of your hand 10 centimeters away from your eyes?
According to FTFE, yes.
Yeah. And do you think that's clever to agree with that guy that says his hand is refracted 10 centimeters away from his face?
Well, like he says, it takes time for light to reach his hand, and then it has to come back to sky.
I'm not being funny if you listen to that fool.
Yeah.
So
he also said.
I think his answer's a bit like cheeky in a way.
Cheeky, damn right.
But
Even
cheeky.
Let's put it this way: even after he made that claim, even Rufus and Blue Marble Science came and corrected him and told him he was wrong.
I'll tell you something now, right? If I went to slap him round the face, diffraction wouldn't be helping him.
I wouldn't use that, but I think he was just being like.
I know he also believes for FTFE. He also believes cut yourself with a knife. The knife's not actually cutting you. It's not physically touching you. That's what he thinks, doesn't he? He thinks it's electrons that's doing it. The knife doesn't physically touch you. It doesn't physically touch your skin or flesh. He also believes that. Silly.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too.
No.
I was
It's
actually.
silly.
I was
from Craig.
I was actually taught that in school too, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's stupid.
That's
But
stupid.
it's actually correct, isn't it?
No, it's not.
No.
Prove it.
Can you prove it?
I can prove it's not. I can take a knife and I can physically see it cut me.
Mhm.
You can't carry out above an inch electrons,
dude,
in England.
What would be cutting you if it's not physically touching you? Why would electrons be going through your skin if there's nothing physically cutting it?
But look at this. You can take things under a microscope and you can physically cut things under a microscope and you see it cuts it. There's no this nonsense that electrons are cutting another electron. It's just someone's theory based on assumption which doesn't hold true and is not experimented or observed in reality.
Have you looked for experiments of it?
Show me one, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, give us something.
Guys, remember, it's not my claim. You're making the claim it exists, so you're the one that have to back it up.
Let's say.
I think I'm gonna bed me. I've had enough.
Oh, and we still got an hour
Oh,
and
yeah.
20
What
minutes.
time is it for you guys?
It's now almost
Yes.
20 to 12 at night. For
Oh.
me. For me. But I'm going on till 1 o'clock in the morning because then it's 4-hour show.
Oh,
it's one of those nights tonight. What lucky me.
It's a 4-hour
Lucky
show.
me. I didn't miss out. Then I'm getting the hours I lost the other days.
I'm making up for last night's show that I couldn't stream.
Yeah, and I'm making up for the other days. So it's perfect.
So tomorrow morning
don't mind the 4 hours,
so
man.
tomorrow morning I'm going to be falling asleep in church.
Well, you'll be forgiven. You know, he knows you're doing the work.
And I work today as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's meant to be due to electron repulsion, exactly, Rachie. But it's not. Anybody has been able to prove this? No.
Yeah.
Nope. No one's seen an atom under any form of telescope simulation. Exactly, Jolly Man. Well, Michael's gone. Thank you, Mike, for coming. Cheers.
Alright, free Michael.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh my
he just
God.
said he would go. He would be going to bed. But I didn't hear him say bye.
I wonder if
He
there's
said
anything else that's. Do you think there's anything else that's. Cheers, Michael. Thanks for coming, man.
I think it is just a theory,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just a theory.
but it's a theory based on known facts, so
Known facts. Again, that's what we
it's
say when it comes to facts.
validated. It's like, because we understand this to be happening, we can say that this thing would happen as well. Even though we can't actually demonstrate it physically through experimentation, we can at least say, because of the other things happening, this thing would happen too. Right?
Have we been on the
Do you
subject of the
understand?
distance?
It's
You know, the
like
distance of the curve?
it's like yeah, it's like the Foucault's pendulum. What we say the Foucault's pendulum does. We haven't actually tested it on the equator, but because of our knowledge, we can say it wouldn't drift. We wouldn't see any drift.
So,
because-
Foucault's pendulums are just pendulums. Do you know they're still attached to Earth?
But they're freely moving, so.
No, it's never 100% freely moving. It's still attached to Earth.
It's
Do you know they use magnets to keep it moving and oscillating?
Well, yeah, in museums and stuff. Just to
we
show
we
the
have
effect.
we have 4
To keep
Foucault's
it going.
pendulums in South Africa. Okay, and
To keep it going, to show the effect.
we have 4
Well, why would-
Foucault's pendulums in South
Why?
Africa, and not one of them are working. You know why that is?
Why?
Because that doesn't work.
Do you... Maybe it's been set up wrong.
How about Mitchell from Australia when he went to his one in Australia? It didn't work. He observed it for over 4 hours. It didn't move. And then later on when he was asked to go again, they closed it down.
Did he have... Oh, wait a minute. Mitchell from Australia is a flat earther.
Yeah.
Of course it is.
He went to observe it.
So, and it didn't move? The one in the museum? Where did it
Let
go?
me show you. I want to show you quickly.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mitchell from Australia. Whoop whoop. Here's his link, guys. I don't know who wouldn't be subscribed to him.
Mitchell from Australia and one
Good
of
morning,
Simon
good
and
afternoon.
Earth Friday things.
Yeah. Well, watch this, dude.
Good evening. Welcome to Flat Earth School. The school is all around us.
Oh, I'm gonna have to put them to my other browser because it just doesn't work in Chrome. How exciting.
Oh, no. Okay.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Flat Earth School. The school is all around us 24/7 since the beginning of existence. I'm Mitchell from Australia and I'm back here live at Science Space in Wollongong, the home of the Earth rotation debunking Foucault pendulum.
To recap from my first visit, we confirmed that the globe claims that we are standing on the rotating Earth. Therefore, we see the pendulum change direction to a tune of 8.5 degrees per hour anti-clockwise. So over 4 hours, the globe predicted that the Foucault pendulum would deviate 34 degrees. The observation of the Foucault pendulum started at 9:11 am. By 10:11 am, we observed that the pendulum had still not deviated at all. The globe predicted that it would have deviated in that first hour 8.5 degrees anti-clockwise. 11:33 am, after 2 hours, the globe predicted that the pendulum should have deviated 17 degrees. After 3 hours, at 12:10 pm, the globe predicted the pendulum should have deviated a total of 25.5 degrees. But still 0 deviation was observed. And finally, after 4 hours at 1:16 pm, if the Earth were actually rotating underneath this pendulum, the globe claimed that it should have deviated 34 degrees anti-clockwise, but no deviation was observed. So I then formulated a modus tollens valid logical argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth we are standing on is rotating, then we will see the pendulum change direction. Over 4 hours, we did not see the pendulum change direction at all. We don't see the pendulum change direction, therefore Earth is not rotating. Concluding that the Foucault pendulum proves Earth is stationary.
I've been requested to come back here by Mr. Sensible to take a 4-hour video of this Earth rotation debunking Foucault pendulum. Now, I've been called a liar. People have said that the pendulum absolutely does show the rotation of the Earth, that I just edited things together, that the Foucault pendulum absolutely will work. Well, my claim is
that the Foucault pendulum inside this building here does not show the rotation of the Earth. Now let's go in and have a look, shall we?
Now, much to my surprise, I didn't even have to wait 4 hours to prove my claim. The museum had already proven it for me.
After being absolutely...
Look at what it said. Unfortunately, a fault has recently been discovered and therefore this exhibit is currently being repaired. Please be aware that our beautifully round Earth is still rotating and our exhibit shall demonstrate this shortly. We apologize for this exhibit being unavailable. Luch, I have a question for you. If it is rotating due to Earth's rotation, what would they have to fix on a pendulum that's only moving in linear fashion?
Yeah,
What would they need to repair? That's my point.
Maybe
The
there was
servo.
a draft coming in. I can only speculate because I wasn't actually. I don't know, but
There was too many unicorn parts.
I can tell you. I
What?
can tell you. Earth's not rotating.
there could be many other factors.
They have
to
a
consider.
They use a magnet to get it pulsating. They use oscillations to keep it moving, and well, the mechanism didn't work to make it rotate anymore because it's not Earth rotating. It's a parlor trick, mate. It's a parlor trick, mate.
But no problem because it's been done many times. So we don't need this one.
So the one that disproves your claim, we don't need it. We can just say nah.
Well, technically, because we have many others that do prove our claim.
Which ones?
So we don't need this one.
Which ones prove your claim?
The Foucault pendulum that FTFE likes to cite. I forgot who did it, but FTFE likes to cite that one.
You mean that guy that went in by the stairs and stuck it and with the paintbrush that's touching the paper?
The inkhead, yeah, that's right. That one.
Sorry, does a paintbrush have friction when it touches something?
Not much. It wouldn't cause much friction.
Does it
to
have
be
friction?
applied.
Does it have friction?
Like 0.1 or something.
Does friction
Yeah.
cause something to change in vector?
And that's probably why he got a margin of error of 1.4.
So he had friction, which means it
That could
changed
be
direction.
one reason.
I've seen pendulums go in the opposite directions too, Luch. So I'm sorry, I don't buy this nonsense.
Hold on, one was going in the northern hemisphere and one in the southern hemisphere.
Dude,
Earth
you can do
predicts that
you
they
can-
will be rotating in different directions.
You can take two focal pendulums right next to each other, and I can guarantee you one can go in the opposite direction too.
That's not what
I've seen a focal pendulum
doesn't happen.
go in the wrong direction.
That's not our claim, though. That's
It is
not
your
what should
claim.
happen.
Your claim is Earth rotates, focal pendulum
Yes.
proves it.
Yes.
And then when we show on screen something that disproves it, you say, we don't have to trust that one.
So, can you show me
Biased much?
the two focal pendulums going in the wrong direction?
No, because I didn't record it. This was when I was still a glober. Observe this. I just thought there was
So,
something.
two
I just thought there was
pendulums.
something wrong, like you, with the thing.
So, two focal pendulums were drifting
Opposite
in two different ways.
No,
Clockwise
I
and
said I
counterclockwise.
saw one drifting the wrong way. Not two.
Where?
I said you can take two and you can make the one drift the wrong way.
Which way did it drift?
Oh, the other way.
The way it shouldn't have?
Ask FTFE, he'll tell you which way it went.
Because what if the wrong way was actually the right way?
Which way is it supposed to
what
spin? Which way is it supposed to spin in the rotate in the southern hemisphere, as you like to put it?
That would be, I think, left.
Clockwise or anti-clockwise?
Right. Anti-clockwise, I think.
Okay, and if it went clockwise, what's your argument going to be
in
then?
the northern hemisphere.
And what if it goes clockwise and it's in the southern hemisphere? What then?
Well, it's not set up right.
Do you understand the issue here? You're just making excuses for things that show your claim wrong.
No, because we know the claim is correct, though.
Who claims
We
it's
know
correct?
what we're saying is correct.
Who says that? Who's this we?
Like, Globers, you know?
We.
Who's we? Come on, I'm waiting for this we because the people keep making these claims of the anti-flat earthers.
Like FTFE and stuff.
Yeah, anti-flat earther. The same guy that tells me he studied thermodynamics and then tells me you can let matter and energy through a closed system. I'm sorry, if he's the last person I would ever suggest anybody to take heed on what he says.
I wouldn't take any knowledge. I wouldn't take any knowledge from FTFE whatsoever. Not one
He's
thing.
got a physics degree.
So he says.
I'd much rather, trust
Anybody
someone
can
with
just say they got a physics degree. Doesn't mean they got a physics degree. People lie, you know.
He's never proved.
He says he was a nuclear physicist. He
sure.
says he was a nuclear physicist on a submarine. For all I know, he peeled potatoes.
Yeah, in prison.
I believe him.
That's your problem. If you want to believe him, all I know is if he claims that an open system, a closed system, can let matter through, he could not get through his PhD at all. They would laugh him out the room.
Maybe. What did he say?
Okay, let's go to my channel again. Let's go. I'm gonna go to, or not live. I'm gonna go to one of the videos where it's a bit shorter. We don't have to go through all the whole debate, do we? But remember, this is the same guy that says his hand refracted 10 centimeters in front of his face.
Technically,
it's false.
Yeah, but
no, not technically. It's not. Your hand is where it is. Your hand is where it is, mate.
But we know the speed of light.
Let's check. There we go. No, you don't. You assume
tingling and numbness, again and again, could be.
Ooh, tingling, numbness.
Jonathan Clark.
Oh yeah, here's something interesting. They have the elements B1, B2, B3, B5, B6, B7, B9, and B12.
Yeah, and?
That doesn't make sense. Why do they have 8 Bs ranging from 1 to 12?
Because the structures are all different, that's why. Okay, let's go to the...
Why not B5? What happened to B5? Why not B5?
I don't know, go ask them. But anyway, this has got to do with...
So,
listen
what
to this.
natural laws is it that you think the globe
This was my first debate ever, by the way, guys, and this was at the FTFE.
violates? Let's try and avoid talking about reification fallacies and stuff and what is and isn't a model, and just try and focus on the natural laws that we've been talking about and what it is you think about the globe that violates them. You mentioned the first law of thermodynamics, and you mentioned a natural law of entropy. So, what one do you want to talk about?
Well, you can choose any one. It doesn't matter.
Well, okay. Let's start with the natural law of entropy. What is that law that you're talking about?
The second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, right, cool. That's easy. I did 18 months of thermodynamics in my degree, so I know quite a lot about thermodynamics. So, what is the second? Could you just tell me what your understanding of what the second law of thermodynamics is?
Well, the second law of thermodynamics, it's more, you can say it's more concerned with entropy. Which is produced by a process and is associated with the loss of ability to do work. The second law states that the entropy of the universe increases. So we do agree, entropy can't decrease. It's always going to increase.
I would. Right. Okay. Let's start with a very important thing about the second law of thermodynamics, and that is the type of system that it deals with. What kind of system is that?
Are you saying it's isolated systems?
Notice, guys. He also says thermodynamics only deals with isolated systems. What do we have on screen here? Thermodynamics involves the study of various systems. A system in thermodynamics is nothing more than a collection of matter that is being studied. A system could be warped within one side of the heat exchanger. Sorry?
Go back a bit. Who said isolated system?
I said that's what he believes. He thinks thermodynamics is only reserved to an isolated system. He's going to say it now again.
I heard you say that.
No, he says it.
Can you go back a little bit in the video?
That was the definition, the universe as an isolated system. But he's specifically saying it's only in relationship to isolated systems. So he doesn't believe thermodynamics has anything to do with an open or closed system.
We'll want the video just for like 5 seconds or something.
Well, that is.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you saying it's isolated systems?
Well, that is what the second law of thermodynamics is.
Listen to the words. Don't talk over it. Listen to what it says.
Isolated systems.
Well, that is what the second law of thermodynamics is, isn't it? Because the second law of thermodynamics deals with entropic processes within an isolated system.
Sorry, tell me again. Who said it?
Okay. FTP said it.
Thank you. What does it say on the screen?
It says various systems.
Ah, okay.
So the isolated.
Wrong.
No, he's wrong.
He could have been more accurate.
No. He is wrong.
Various systems include isolated systems.
He is wrong. He is wrong. He's saying it only talks about isolated systems. He is wrong. Not he might be a little wrong. He is wrong. Full stop. And I'm going to keep showing more and more how wrong he is. So maybe pay attention instead of defending the moron FTFE.
System that it's talking about is the universe, right?
Okay. So you're saying that being an isolated system?
I'm saying that the universe is an isolated system. And that is what the second law of thermodynamics refers to. And it is an absolute fact that the entropy of the isolated system, the universe, always increases.
Correct. And Earth, is it closed or open?
Earth is classed as a closed system in physics.
That's not true because you claim to have astronauts leaving Earth. So
Yeah, a closed system in physics allows for the transfer of small parts of matter.
Closed system. Mass is fixed. No mass can cross the boundary. What did you just say? Little mass can pass its boundary?
If You know it.
No, not you know. The guy is a total idiotic moron. Proven.
It can be
by citation.
influenced, right?
No. Proven by citation. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Is a balloon an open or closed system?
Closed system.
No, it's an open system. A balloon still lets matter through. Why do you think a balloon goes flat after a while? You can calculate it as a closed system, but only for a time. But it's an open system because the boundaries don't stop the mass from leaving.
Until
the
it's
gas
hot,
leaves.
Then it's open.
You see, the problem is, that's why I don't understand why people are always trying to defend Craig. The guy is a real moron, can show citation over and over that the guy's wrong, and yet people still want to tell me I'm wrong while it's on screen.
And energy.
It can be influenced, right?
No. It's literally, if you claim to have studied this for 18 months and have a degree in it, you would know thermodynamics does not only talk about isolated systems, it talks about various systems, which would be open, closed, and isolated systems. Knowing isolated system is only a hypothetical, also that if it's closed, no mass leaves the boundary. He doesn't get this.
Isn't a closed system, a truly closed system, theoretical?
No. Only isolated systems are theoretical, mate. Let's put it this way. A flask, that's a theoretical isolated system. Theoretically, it's supposed to keep the heat in. But the heat still dissipates, does it not?
Because if the container were to rupture, or if gas was in a container and the container ruptures, then it wouldn't be a closed system anymore.
Okay, let's take a propane gas canister, for instance, and it's sealed. Will the propane leave the sealed container?
No, not unless something happens.
There we go. So it's a closed container.
But
was that theoretically closed? Was it theoretically closed?
In theory, a truly closed system doesn't exist.
You just said it did.
Because something could happen to make it an open system.
Then it's no longer closed. Then it's an open system. As soon as it gets a hole, then it's open, no longer closed.
Yes.
So, did it change that it was closed before it was opened?
I think a truly closed system is a system that is closed forever.
That's isolated.
No. A true closed system is just a system that's closed. There's no stipulation that it has to stay closed forever. A closed system is closed. I can take a jar of jam and close it. The jam's not leaving it. Okay? There's no air leaving in and out. There's no jam going through the boundaries. That's a closed system. As soon as I open the lid, it is now an open system. I can close it once again and it will be closed again. It will be airtight. No air will leave or come in. No jam will leave the system. Get it?
But if you're referring to Earth, which is, classed basically as a closed system.
But it's not a closed system. You can class it as a closed system. It doesn't make it a closed, just like a balloon.
Because things can escape it. So it's
an open system then.
But we have gravity. So
gravity does nothing to gas.
That acceleration downwards.
Gravity has no effect on the direction of gas.
Now we are back to the same shit again.
It technically makes a closed system. That downward
gravity has no effect on the direction of gas.
It does.
we can't. We were just into it before. You didn't, or no one
Yes, I
actually
said
knew
friction.
what it is or
Friction
how
was
it works.
Friction was my response.
You can't explain what gravity is.
I read the thing from Google. Friction is the reason why the gas went up in that container. It bounced off the walls and stuff. You know, gas is freely moving all the time.
In every direction.
Yeah. Yep. So it went up, it went down, it went all over the place in that container. Because it's
all
freely
over
moving,
the place.
you know? Yeah.
No certain direction.
Yeah.
So inside the container it goes everywhere.
And on Earth it goes everywhere. Because of the wind and certain factors, like buoyancy. The gas presses down on lighter gas and forces it up.
So
that's
okay. We want to quickly listen to this.
The pressurized atmosphere is kept there by gravity, as I said multiple times. So.
Hi, I'm Emerald Robinson, and in this What Is video, we're going to investigate the state of matter called a gas. Gases are materials that have no definite volume and no specific shape.
Your whole idea of, Mark has no answer. I do have an answer. Sphere is kept there by gravity.
Third, gases can flow from one area to another, although the direction of flow is not directly affected by gravity.
Sphere is kept there by gravity.
Although the direction of flow is not directly affected by gravity. Although the direction of flow is not directly affected by gravity.
So if the Earth had a container, as you claimed, you made a claim there that the Earth has a container over it, what ought to happen, according to the second laws of thermodynamics, is that the air should equalize to become the same pressure, like in an aeroplane or like in any other container.
Molecules in a gas collide with one another and move more quickly or more slowly based on factors like temperature and pressure.
It would not have a pressure gradient going up from high pressure at the bottom to low pressure at the top.
Good times for all. There's actually a bottle here if you prefer. What we have is a bucket of ice water. Okay? So, and that hose is coming out right here, and it runs up to this pressure reading gauge right here, which, as you can see, is right at about 3. And this one is right at about, it's under 2.5, almost to 2. What I've done is I've taken this heating gun up to 800 degrees, and then we have the bucket of ice water at the bottom, and I'm changing the temperature, hopefully, at both ends.
And this is where you have absolutely proven yourself wrong, because if there was a physical container there, the air would equalize and all become the same pressure, but we know that going up a mountain, the air becomes thinner.
Everybody knows that it's colder up in the mountains than it is down below, and the difference can be quite substantial. Now, to understand why this change in temperature happens, we need to understand a little bit about gases.
In order to study the relationship between pressure and temperature, we will heat up a gas which is enclosed in a tight container. While we are heating the gas in the container using a burner, we can see that with the increase in temperature, the pressure of the gas also increases. And when we cool the enclosed gas, we can observe an obvious decrease in its pressure.
Now, when gases are compressed, they heat up. And when gases expand, they cool down. When the gas is compressed, it's going into high pressure and getting hot. And when it's being expanded, it's going into low pressure and getting cold. So the gas starts out at a certain temperature, and as it goes up to low pressure, it's being expanded and getting colder.
It becomes less pressurized. People have to take oxygen up Everest.
It's 2 cylinders. It contains all the regulators, the delivery mechanism, and the face mask.
You are absolutely wrong. And you've just shown that by claiming that there is a container around the Earth.
Let's just take a gas in some volume, V, and over here is going to be vacuum of equal volume, and we're going to remove the barrier. You know what's going to happen spontaneously, right? The gas is going to fill the available volume once it becomes available, right? You know what's going to happen spontaneously, right? The gas is going to fill the available volume once it becomes available, and we're going to remove the barrier. The gas is going to fill the available volume. Take a gas, and over here is going to be vacuum, and we're going to remove the barrier. You know what's going to happen spontaneously, right? The gas is going to fill the available volume.
Because if that was there, all of the air would...
You see what I'm saying?
I get the confusion.
Confusion? There's no confusion. There's no confusion. Let's carry on. Sorry?
No, I was gonna say he gets his own confusion. But not
Excuse me. Excuse me, would equalize. Now, this is the same thing you're claiming where the air should go out to space. It should equalize, yes, but gravity is holding it down.
Although the direction of flow is not directly affected by gravity.
One of these bulbs, some bromine, and in the other, I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we can have, perhaps, because all that happens is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no energy change, there's no temperature change, there's no change except entropy.
There we go. So, tell me again how gravity affects the direction of gas?
It pulls gases downward and
Gravity has no effect on the direction of gas.
But it does.
It does not.
Because it pulls the lighter, heavier gases down and forces the lighter gases up.
Then gas
but the lighter
moves in
gases
all
doesn't
directions.
get forced up.
Gas moves in all directions constantly. Yeah, exactly.
And
Take it
helium
away.
will
This
always go
The
up.
heavier gases would rest on the bottom. It's just like carbon dioxide and oxygen. Carbon dioxide would rest on the bottom, and oxygen would go up to the top.
Okay, let's put it this way. If there's CO2 pooling somewhere, does it stay there indefinitely or does it disperse?
CO2 pooling.
Yeah.
If you were to cool carbon dioxide?
Let's say you get CO2 pooling. It's people have died from this. It's like they call it invisible death or something. Okay?
Dry ice.
It pools it in little areas. Now, does it stay that way forever? Or does it eventually disperse?
Because of molecules.
Over time.
So, not gravity then. Gravity has no effect on the direction of gas. Well done.
It wouldn't if it was contained.
All gas needs to be contained to exist. 100% agree. That's the point of this whole argument. We have gas to breathe, so therefore we are contained.
But we have gravity, so.
Again, gravity has no effect on the direction of gas. Gravity, which doesn't exist, which isn't a force, cannot do anything to gas, even if you wanted it to.
I don't even know what gravity is.
So why does a CO2 rest at the bottom of oxygen?
And not indefinitely. It's denser, so it takes longer to disperse. That's what's called the arrow of time.
It's more dense than oxygen, yes. That's
and it still disperses. So if gravity was pulling it down, it would stay there indefinitely. It would not disperse.
But it would still be at the bottom of
No.
oxygen.
If gravity has pulling it down, it would stay where it is. It won't sort itself out and disperse. You won't need a container to take sulfur hexafluoride, for instance, if they pour it into a fish tank. Why do they put the lid back over?
Do you not think wind?
Again.
The wind could move it?
Again, if you take a fish tank inside a building, do they bring sulfur hexafluoride in a closed container?
Okay, put the CO2 in a closed container.
Yeah, it's in a closed
It would
container. Now
rest
what?
at the bottom.
What?
It's a heavier gas.
CO2 in a closed container. It rests at the bottom. No, CO2 in a closed container fills the whole space, mate.
Well, it would. If there was some oxygen in there, the oxygen would get pushed to the top.
Prove it.
What? That's what happens.
Prove it.
People die because they're at a lower elevation.
Do people climb in closed containers? Do people climb in closed containers with CO2 and oxygen?
I know, but if they did, they'd die at the bottom, and the guy at the top would be fine.
With CO2 pooling, it does not stay indefinitely. It disperses into the surrounding system. CO2 pooling usually comes from fracking. You know what fracking is?
That's where... No, what is that?
When they do gas tunneling, so they digging for minerals and gas under the ground, and then the CO2 releases from the ground out. Then it pools just above the surface, but the gas is still coming out, and that's why it's pooling for such a long time. But eventually, when the gas isn't released anymore, there's no more pooling. Where has the CO2 gone if gravity's pulling it down?
So...
And tell me why the CO2 went... And also tell me why the CO2 went up from underneath the ground and not down further.
Pressure. Right?
So not gravity then.
If you drilled a hole into a cabin or something, then the pressure would get released instantly, and the CO2 would come flying out. Right?
Great, so not gravity then.
Just like popping a balloon.
So not gravity then.
Releasing pressure disperses the gases.
So not gravity then. Great.
It would eventually rest at the bottom, but it might take
Prove
a while.
it. Prove it.
Well, that's what everything says should happen.
Prove it. Demonstrate this to us.
You want evidence of CO2 resting at the bottom of a
Indefinitely, yeah. Show us.
Let's see. Well, obviously I can't show you forever since there's no videos, but...
Yeah, because gas doesn't behave that way. Gas doesn't behave like a solid or a liquid. Gas moves in all directions constantly.
Yeah?
So no matter what gas you have, it will disperse into the available system. Just if it's denser, it takes longer.
That one?
Oh, Professor Phil Bell, Flatzoid has not heard of CO2 pooling in confined spaces like mines. I just spoke about fracking. Now he tells me I don't understand. Oh, wow. Really?
Oh, Phil Bell. Wow.
The poor guy. Does he...
yeah, sorry, Professor Phil Bell. Sorry, I should know my station.
What happens in... Yeah, what happens in a mine if they find there's CO2 pooling there? Do they usually try and get the people out there until it's available to breathe again. Yeah. Idiot. Notice, guys, that a mine is a closed space, Phil. So it takes longer to escape. Notice Phil is also the same guy that says, you see that black stuff up there, the blue stuff's not going into it.
Yeah.
So like diffusion, convection, and atmospheric circulation.
Circulation? So not gravity then?
There is not a strict layering where one gas rests indefinitely on top of another.
Yeah, Dalton's law.
Phil identifies as a professor. Yeah, he does.
Okay, so do you know what Dalton's law is, Luch?
No, what's that on?
Your atmosphere is based on Dalton's law. It's the conglomerate of the different gases. The partial pressures of the different gases create your 14.7 psi.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's a mixture of different gases.
Yes.
Great. So there's some CO2 in that mixture.
Uh-huh.
Does it just lie at the bottom on the surface?
Not indefinitely. It can move around.
Great. So gravity has no direction, no effect on the direction of gas. Well done.
It moves around because of what's it say? Diffusion, convection, and atmospheric circulation.
Gas moves in all directions constantly. That's called gas behavior.
Yeah.
Yes. Gas is not static. So you can't claim the CO2 would just lie at the bottom because gravity pulls it down. Gas doesn't go down, go boom boom.
I've heard that before. Is that Nathan Oakley?
Yeah, yeah. And that's why we use it, because it's so much fun.
Yeah.
If anybody finds out what gravity
No, but you keep saying he's got gravity. I want him to tell us what gravity is.
Yeah.
But he's not going to go, I'm off.
But the thing is, Vicky, he doesn't know what gravity is himself.
No, I know, but he keeps saying, but we've got
Nobody
gravity.
does.
He keeps saying he's got gravity. So what is it? You keep saying you've got it, but you don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is. Look, no such thing as it.
No, but you can't say you've got it if you don't know what it is.
I got a very important question. Why, if you fart, does gravity not stop the fart from rising to people's noses?
I would say
and that's dispersing everywhere as well because of pressure.
Well, it's just a joke, by the way.
Okay, so it says gravity significantly affects gases.
How?
Gravity is responsible for holding the Earth's atmosphere in place.
How?
The gravitational pull on gases like
From
nitrogen,
where does it come from?
and carbon dioxide keep them close to the Earth's surface. Without gravity, these gases would disperse into space.
Okay.
Where does gravity come from?
Hmm.
You keep
Like-
saying gravity.
Uh-huh.
It's meant to be invisible, right? So how do I know is the fairies at the bottom of your garden because they're invisible too?
What?
Do you know what I mean though? You keep saying it like it's Father Christmas real.
That is an apple for no interest fallacy.
But you can't prove it. You're not proving anything. You just keep saying gravity like you're winning something and you're not.
That would be the false analogy fallacy.
No.
What you said about Santa Claus and fairies. That's nothing to do with
Why would it? Surely, if it's invisible and I think it's there, why can't it
We
be
can
there?
measure and experiment with it.
How?
We can do experiments with gravity.
Tell me how.
By measuring it,
Invisible.
we
How are you going to
can
experiment
manipulate.
with it invisible? You can't. It's impossible.
What? Is oxygen real? Because oxygen's invisible.
Yeah, but you're
But
saying
we know
you
it's there.
experiment with it. Where's your experiments with gravity?
Oh, what? Should I name them?
What your
You want me-
experiment? Yeah.
Let's go with the most common, the Cavendish experiment.
What, have you done it yourself?
Huh?
Have you done it?
No.
No. Okay, right. So you're saying it's real because other people have done it. But if I said I'd seen fairies at the bottom of my garden, how do you know I'm lying and not telling the truth? Because maybe I've seen it and you haven't.
Because no one else has seen it.
Well, I haven't seen gravity, have you?
Experiments, you don't need to see something in order to know it exists.
You just...
There's other means of knowing something exists. Just like there's other means of measuring something a certain distance without actually going there.
When you can't define it in the first place, that's
Yeah, but everything you've come up with, you've got from FTFE, who obviously is like your bloody
idol.
Yeah. Or experiments that other people have done. You've actually got no evidence yourself.
I've seen the papers and methods that they do.
Yeah, but they could lie on the paper. Could they not?
Okay. Can I ask Luch quickly a question? Can I quickly ask Luch a question then, Vicky?
Yeah.
Can people lie, Luch? Can they make fabricated things?
Yes.
There we go.
But that doesn't mean that everything's fabricated.
No, but you only believe what you choose to believe.
No, I believe in...
Because you've seen papers, but you're believing what somebody else has put because you choose to believe it. Am I wrong?
I base my beliefs on...
Other people?
No, well, yeah, I guess so.
100%, yeah. Maybe if you opened your mind and didn't just say, well, I've seen this that somebody else did, maybe do it yourself.
But I have consensus, sir.
That's not science.
No.
No, it's not really scientific, but, you know, it starts to be more believable when multiple people say the same thing.
Right,
especially
so you
with
believe,
physics degrees and stuff.
listen, you believe that there's a globe in the sky just floating there, going round and round and round.
More than round and round and round.
Well, you know what I mean? But you believe that, like, the idea of flat Earth to you is, nah, that's stupid.
Yeah.
How? Yeah, but think about it. Like, really think about it.
I don't really need to have a scientific knowledge to make basic observations.
What observations have you made? Have you been and seen that it's a globe? No.
I have made observations.
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked you if you'd been up and seen if it's a globe.
I can verify it's a globe myself with a basic observation of the moon. The moon tells us it's a globe.
You can base it off that.
You're looking at the sky to prove the ground. You're looking at the sky to prove the Earth. That doesn't make sense.
That's what we need. That's all we need.
No, that doesn't prove what's
A
under
minute
your
ago, you
feet.
needed gravity, and now all you need is the moon.
The face of we see the same face of the moon no matter where we are. Okay? No matter where we are in the world, we always see the same face of the moon.
And what's that got to do with anything? What's that got to do with anything?
Only ever see
In
the
different orientations.
What's meant to be a planet.
And we always see it as the same shape, a circle. Right?
Circle, not a sphere.
You don't always see a circle when you look at the moon. That's complete and utter.
Not always.
The shadow is covering it, but yeah.
Yeah, but you're not seeing a circle then, are you?
Not all the time.
Not all the time.
Dude, how much time do we have to demonstrate to you a 6 can become a 9 just from walking to the other side of the room?
Yeah.
Turn it upside down.
Oh, wait, that would be... But if the Earth was flat and you walk to the other side of the moon...
I'm out.
The other side of the
Yeah.
You tried, Vicky, you did try.
Then you'd see that's not what we observe, really.
Oh, well. It's just location based. You saw my debate with Grayson. It's location based. Okay, it's not glow based. You can have the same effect on a donut Earth if you wanted to. The shape of the Earth does not dictate how you're going to see the face of the moon. Okay.
Yeah.
It's your location. Full stop. No matter the shape of the Earth you're standing on.
Because if the moon was close, and if we walked to the other side of the Earth and looked at it, we'd see a different face.
No.
Or would see a different shape as it passed over us, but
No.
we don't. We'd see it change size.
No.
But we don't.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Does the southern and the northern hemisphere see this?
We would definitely see it change size as it passed through the sky overhead.
Okay, let's put it this way. Do you know what parallax is?
What's parallax?
Do you know what parallax is?
No.
Let's put it this way. You're making an observation from 2 different points. So it gives you a different vantage. So let's take a mountain in the distance. Let's say the mountain's 100 kilometers away.
Uh-huh.
And you're driving left to right. And there's trees that's very close to you. Those trees are moving fast, correct?
Yes.
But the mountain's hardly moving at all.
Yes.
Now drive away from those trees and the mountain. Are the trees going to disappear from your view quicker than the mountain?
Is the mountain higher than the trees? Or the same height?
Those same trees you just said were moving faster when you're closer. If you're driving away from them now, will they appear to disappear quicker than the mountain in the distance?
Yes.
Great. So, take the moon for instance. Hypothetically, it's not 253,000 miles away. It's just a few thousand miles away. I'm not making a claim on distance.
Let's say that.
Okay? And you move distance based on that far mountain. Did it change angular size? Did it change shape?
If it's quite far away, it wouldn't. Will it change size?
Great. So then, based on your stupid idiotic argument that on a flat Earth this is what should happen, it falls flat just by the word parallax.
Have you seen Professor Dave?
Oh, wow.
What, do you mean the idiot that's too scared to debate me?
Yeah.
He's not a professor, by the way.
Not a professor at all.
He even said he's not a professor.
He admits it, yeah.
Technically, he's not.
Yeah, all he is, he's a certified moron.
In one dictionary, in one corner of a dictionary, under the word professor,
it doesn't matter his qualifications. It doesn't matter his qualifications. And no, he's not a professor. He is a professed moron. Yes, I'd agree with that.
No,
he's a professed moron. He's a professed moron. And by the way, I asked him to debate me. He runs like the coward is, because he'll rather debate people like Dave Weiss that really can't debate.
No, he said that he'd be okay debating anyone on a neutral platform.
Oh, then when's he going to debate me? When's he going to debate me then?
I'm sure he would.
No, he doesn't. No, he won't. He said he won't.
Or he just doesn't debate established fact. Who knows?
Yeah, he doesn't. I agree. He doesn't debate established fact because he doesn't have any.
But have you seen his video on?
That'd be a good reason.
Yes, we've seen his videos. We've debunked it live on the show.
On the moon.
Yes, debunked it live on the show.
He didn't use any science for that one.
He didn't have any science. Show me one science that Dave Farina has ever produced.
Professor who?
Your professor, not the Professor Dave? David
Not
Farina?
a Professor Dave.
He has never produced any science. He doesn't even know what science is. He doesn't even know what the scientific method is.
No,
He's not a scientist either.
So, what? You guys are smarter than everyone in the
I'll
world?
say it straight out. Dave Farina is an idiot. He's a low IQ idiot who thinks he knows what is. He's
than everyone in the world?
No, I never said I'm smarter. But Dave Farina is an idiot. I think anybody on my panel will rip him apart on his arguments.
So why is it only you guys that? Why is there only a few thousand people, which are flat earthers, that know the truth?
No. Oh, guys, now it's appealing to consensus and appeal to. Wow.
And a few thousand. I believe there's way
Millions.
more than that,
There's millions and millions of flat earthers, by the way, dude. New flat earthers every day.
Yeah, doubtful.
Oh, really?
It's not doubtful when your whole thing you believe is based on something you are not able to explain, and no one can explain, and no one knows what is. But you keep pushing a thing that
I
no
want
one
to
knows
ask you a
what
question.
is.
I want to ask you a question,
The
New.
whole basis.
The whole night, you have not been able to validate one thing you've said. Not been able to even describe the thing you claim of gravity or whatever. We have said things and been able to go and actually demonstrate or show citation, explain it, anything which we claim. Which one you think is going to have more valuability when it comes to an argument? The people that actually show they know what they're talking about and actually can demonstrate it, or the people that just say, "Nuh-uh"?
Well, flat earthers are the ones that usually say "nuh-uh."
Well, this show doesn't show that.
It doesn't show that, does it?
Well, I'd agree with I'd agree with the former. That the former is the first one that you said. The ones that can validate their arguments.
Yeah, like us. Yeah, like us. The only ones that are validating arguments.
But you don't.
Show me one argument you validated tonight, please. Show me one.
Well, I've given you like the descriptions on what it is.
You have not shown one validation for anything presented tonight. Not one.
I've given experiments.
What experiments?
Thought experiments.
Like, no, the Cavendish and stuff.
Cavendish is not an experiment.
It wasn't, no.
What? Yes, it is.
What's the IV and DV for Cavendish?
They want me to look it up, I'll look it up.
You said it's an experiment. I'm telling you it's not an experiment. There's no IV and DV for the Cavendish.
Okay, I'll look it up. Give me a sec.
You see, that's the thing you do the whole night. Let me look it up on Google. That's not validation for your arguments.
No, but it's giving you what they say.
Who's they?
The Globers, you know? The people that do the experiment.
Again.
Let's say.
It's not an experiment.
Let's say. For Cavendish. Let's see. Okay, let's see. So the independent variable is the separation distance between the small masses, spheres, and the larger masses. Cavendish varied this distance to observe changes in the gravitational force.
But gravity is not a force.
And the dependent variable, the dependent variable is the angular displacement of the torsion balance. Cavendish observed the twisting of the balance due to the gravitational force acting on the masses.
Okay.
The angular displacement. Huh?
Okay, so if I didn't have masses on there, would it give the same effect?
I'm guessing no.
So wouldn't the masses be the cause then?
Huh?
So is the masses not the cause then?
The mass is what we see being attracted to each other.
No. You just said you wouldn't have the same effect if the masses weren't there. If I didn't have a mass on a... You know what a torsion bar is?
Like a little string or something?
It's just a bar with weights on it actually, because it creates torsion. It's torque. You're getting torsion twist due to the torque because of the density of the weight.
Okay.
All Cavendish did was try to measure oscillation due to torsion twist because he was trying to calculate Earth's density. It's not an experiment. There's no IV and DV.
I've given you the IV.
Okay, how did you isolate that it wasn't the mass?
What?
You said it's the distances, so we don't need masses. We can just stick sticks there, no masses, therefore the sticks with distances will just attract one another.
So, how did he isolate the distance of what?
An IV, you can only have one IV in an experiment.
You can only have an IV in an experiment.
A single IV, singular.
And a DV, right?
Yeah, the DV is a product of the IV. The DV is an observed phenomena. The IV is the cause for that observed phenomena. You can only have one IV. So what is the IV for the Cavendish knot experiment?
So he isolated the distance of the masses in his experiment by suspending two small lead spheres on either side of a larger lead sphere using a thin rod.
Again, if he had the mass, if the masses weren't there, would you get this effect? The answer would be no.
No.
So how would you know it's not the mass that's causing it?
Make an observation and perform a hypothesis.
So the mass doesn't cause. So mass attracting mass. So mass attracting mass isn't now a thing.
You could make.
Okay. Let's put it this way. So distance proportion to each other causes mass to attract it. Okay, take a ship and put it next to a bus. Does the bus attract to the ship?
No.
Great. So then we don't observe this in nature. Okay. So if we stick a ship on a torsion bar, will it start attracting to a mountain?
A little bit, yeah.
You sure? Have you seen this?
I've seen on a much smaller scale.
Okay, but now, was it the distance or was it the mass due to the torsion twist?
I think it's both.
No. So more than one IV then? So more than one independent variable?
And the larger masses.
So more than one independent variable then? So more than one independent variable.
No.
Okay, so we can have the mass there and take the distance away then. Will we get the same effect?
I think there's multiple dependent variables.
You can only have one independent variable in an experiment.
Oh look at this. Yes, an experiment can have multiple dependent variables.
No, it cannot. That's pseudoscience.
Yes, it can.
Tell me how you're going to figure out a cause or effect if you have multiple IVs.
Isolate them.
You cannot have more than a one IV in an experiment, or it will not give a result to know the cause. You are placing pseudoscience and calling it science is not just ignorant, it is dishonesty.
I said DVs.
You only have one IV for one DV.
And the IV. Yes, you can have multiple of both.
Singular, not plural.
No. Plural, yes.
Singular. Singular, not plural. A scientific experiment has only a singular IV for a DV.
Why?
Because it is testing a independent variable. Do you know what an independent variable means?
It can have multiple independent variables.
Do you know what an independent variable means?
I've isolated this independent variable. Now it's onto the
What
next
is
independent
a
variable.
independent variable?
What is it?
Yes. Do you even know what the word independent means?
Yeah, like by itself, I think.
Singular!
Singular, exactly.
Yeah, bloody hell.
Doesn't need anyone else.
Independent. It's the full meaning
Sorry,
of the word.
this is raising my blood pressure.
Why?
Because it's so stupid. This is literally things that don't need to be debated about.
But look, it says an experiment can have
It's
multiple
pseudoscience.
independent
Yeah, pseudoscience. Okay, what is the citation for that thing you bring up? Can you share your screen?
The independent variable.
Can you share your
is the
screen
variable
quickly?
that the experimenter manipulates.
Would you share the screen or send us the citation quickly, the link?
I can send you the words. Hold on.
No, the link. Not the words, the link.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I want the reference or the citation, please.
Let's see. It says.
Godzilla.
It says dependent and independent variables are variables in mathematical modeling, statistical modeling, and experimental sciences.
Okay, are you going to send the link for us?
Yes.
You're going to drop it in the chat.
Okay, here it is. Okay, yep, I'll just get this. I can't. Boop. Okay, I'll send you this link. Right here. I'll copy.
Nice, thank
and
you.
Paste it in chat. Oh, I'll paste. You do not have permission to post in this room.
How can you not have permission? You're chatting, yes. I don't know how you would not have permission to chat.
In Element? Are you talking about Element or YouTube?
Yeah, I'm talking about Element.
You should be able to post it, no?
You do not have permission to post to this room. Weird.
No.
I'll just post on YouTube then.
No, you are able to message. It says you message. You can do everything in there.
That's weird. I'll just message you directly then.
Or you can directly.
You won't be able to do it on YouTube unless you're a mod on YouTube.
Or message me on Discord then, it's fine.
Okay, yeah, that'll work. I can message you on Discord. Yeah, I'll send the link via Discord.
I think that I kind of feel like this, you know, the show has run too long on the same thing now.
Yeah,
you know,
well, we got like 10 minutes. We only got 9 minutes left anyway, so.
I'm sorry.
But I want to show him why his paper is pseudoscience. That's why I want the link quickly.
Yeah.
This one. How do I explain why my topic has 2 dependent variables?
Okay, okay, there we go. First of all, there's these people asking questions. It's a FAQ forum. It's not a scientific citation. Okay. How do I explain why my topic has 2 independent variables, DVs? What? Has 2 dependent variables. So these are 2 effects. Are we talking about IVs, mate?
And DVs.
No. Independent variable. Why are you talking about 2 dependent variables?
To have more than 1 DV in a study, just as it is to have more than 1 IV in the study.
And this comes from a forum, a Q&A forum, not a scientific publication.
Yeah.
Anybody can comment on these forums. You do know this. Answered by Ethics Insights.
Why would this forum have my 2 dependent variables, you know?
Ethics Insights, the product of Ethics, is a comprehensive multilingual learning and discussion platform through which researchers, authors, publishers, and academic societies globally can learn about all aspects of scholarly publishing, stay updated about the latest trends, share opinions, and seek and receive expert advice. Heritage has a range of tutorial and educational services designed to help with manuscript preparation and publication in professional medical, nursing, and allied health journals. Health journals? So not science. So let's see specifically what this guy says. It's perfectly fine to have more than 1 DV in a study. That would be your observed phenomena. Just as it is to have more than 1 independent variable, IV, in the study, which is false. These are typical of real-world studies which analyze interaction and interdependency of multiple factors and variables and are meant to yield rich insights. Going by title, your topic would seem to be a perfect example of this, as a multiple taxation system can indeed affect how SMEs grow. So statistical analysis, not science. Do you know statistics is not science?
Statistics is science.
How do statistics?
I need to track that.
Pseudoscience. There we go. There we go.
I need to track that.
Taxation. Oh, wow. First, okay, wow. Thank you. That was a good laugh. Statistics is science. Statistically, look, statistically, pigs can fly. That was very scientific, guys.
I don't know what the natural effect is.
You know what my IV was? You know what my IV was? Throwing the pig off a building.
It helps scientists make inferences, draw conclusions, and quantify uncertainties based on data.
Statistics?
The use of statistical methods enhances the rigor and reliability of scientific research, making it an integral part of the scientific process.
Show me how statistics is natural science, please.
Do you know what natural means in science?
Show me what statistics is in natural science, please.
And there's many weird definitions for natural as well.
We can do it.
Show me statistics in natural science, please.
We men, everyone.
Sorry?
We are natural. We are part of the natural
I said statistics, not we as men. That's not statistics.
Everything that men do is natural.
Okay, but how's that science?
Really?
How's that science?
What are you asking?
Prove statistics is natural science, please. Grayson failed miserably on this when he debated me. Statistically, hot can go to cold, so that means it literally changes it from hot to cold because it's statistics. That's not science.
Let's say. Natural systems often exhibit variability. Statistics help scientists quantify and understand this variation, allowing them to discern patterns and trends within the data.
So not natural science then?
Statistical tests enable scientists to evaluate hypotheses. They can determine whether observed differences of patterns are statistically significant, helping to make informed conclusions about the validity of hypotheses.
Statistical hypothesis. So it's only mathematical hypothesis then?
But everything we do is natural. So.
Okay, mathematically tell me how heat causes water to boil, please.
In mathematics.
No, statistically.
Describe it.
Statistically. How did statistics cause water to boil, please?
What's the question?
How did the statistics cause water to boil? I can give a quick answer. It didn't.
It definitely didn't.
Well,
guys, I guess that's the show, guys.
Statistics doesn't directly cause water.
So it's not science. Well done. Hey, skeptic. Whew.
Wow.
What?
4 hours.
Yeah, just like Adam Meakin says, statistics is probability. It's likelihood or chance. It does not establish a cause and effect.
Temperature, and
Sorry, is temperature statistical or physical?
Yeah, physical.
Great.
Yeah, well, like crashing cars is not science. Crash testing cars is not science, no.
The data taken from the actual experiments is used in science, Wally. Idiot.
I'm sorry, Flatzoid.
Yikes.
Okay, yeah, well, thanks, Lucha. I appreciate you coming on. I definitely got to go sleep. It's 1 a.m.
I'm sorry.
But like I said, dude, the globe has nothing. Absolutely nothing.
But I've shown you lots.
You've shown a lot of na'as.
No, I've shown different kinds of experiments.
There was not one experiment presented, mate.
Not one.
The Cavendish.
That's not an experiment. You're claiming multiple IVs. You can't have multiple IVs in an experiment.
But what about that thing I showed you?
Sorry? Statistical.
What about that?
Statistical analysis is not science.
No, I mean like in the other link I posted to.
Again, there was no science. But thank you, Godzilla 37 for your $5 super chat. Really appreciate it, mate. He says thanks for the show, Flatzoid. No, thank you for coming. Thank you everybody for coming. I must say it was a nice 4-hour long show. I was wondering what we're going to talk about, and Luch, you kept us busy, mate.
You did.
You're welcome. Is that one? I'm sorry.
No stress, but I think I've had enough for tonight.
Did you have fun?
It was nice, thanks.
Okay. Well, you're welcome.
But I appreciate you coming on. Appreciate you guys in the panel as well. Any closing statements before we close off?
Yeah, well done, Lou, but you're wrong.
So excited.
I tried.
You gotta research.
You came to the same
gravity.
conclusion I did at the end.
You gotta try to debunk that gravity thing for yourself, because that's the biggest problem we have.
That's the best way to try and do it. Try and disprove what you believe.
Yeah. Not just read what they say, because that's all the lies out there.
It tries to disprove the theory. It tries to disprove the experiment, and if they fail to disprove it, then it's taken as fact.
No, failing to disprove something doesn't make it true, dude.
You're just proving the null. If you're disproving the hypothesis, you're just proving the null hypothesis, which means that's not the cause for the effect.
Okay, well, yeah. Well, okay. Well, thank you for having me on.
No, it was nice having you. Thank you for coming. Thank you, guys.
You're
but
welcome.
I need to go sleep now. I'll see you guys all. I'll see you guys all tonight for another show.
Cool. See you on Sunday.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Night. Cheers, guys. And thank you guys all for coming. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for everybody that hit the like and shared the show. You guys are awesome. I'll see you all later. Cheers, guys. Blessings.
The first day.